Yep.
Ah,
Here we are. Welcome to launch day, everybody.
ah, ah.
We're just testing things out.
Testing, testing. One, two, three.
Oh my gosh. All right. I think it's a good test. So we're gonna close out of this and then we'll come back. Oh, it is 9 o'clock. So we're good.
Okay.
Where'd it go? Okay.
That was
Yes, we're
absolutely
still
beautiful.
live. Okay, good. So we're just waiting for a couple more of our authors to show up. So in the meantime, we're just going to talk about it being launch day finally for the Warning Children Are Not Weapons, anthology collaborative book that we have started. Oh my gosh, we have people coming in the waiting room. Here we go. Nope, those are all note takers. Okay, you have to keep watching for people to show up as we come into there's a waiting room
Uh-huh.
on the Zoom channel. So, and everything's changed, so it's a little rusty. Okay, but we're gonna get through this. It's no big deal. I got coffee and Brandy. We have other authors coming in. So, Brandy, let's talk about this book and what it really means for adult survivors and actually in this movement of, together. What does this book really resemble and represent for all of us?
So this book represents like a collective, collaborative effort of adult child survivors from parental alienation and psychological abuse to show that one, there are millions of adults and children that's going through this worldwide. And we want to give everybody hope to say, we can't change the trauma that we have in our past, but what we do in our present, that will give us a better chance for a brighter future. And we have that strength within us. We have that resilience in us. We can't, we come from many different areas of the world, Australia, I'm a Chicago Chi-Town girl, Florida over there, to show that this is happening in everybody's backyard. So if it isn't happening to you or your children, I can guarantee that someone in your community or someone in your community is crying out for help. So we want to raise awareness to say, let's help save the children. Let's help save the adults that's been through this because it's a long time effect. I was affected as a child, and growing up, I ended up being affected as a mother by parental alienation and child psychological abuse. So this isn't a one-time thing. So let's spread the awareness and give people the help that they need and the support and let people know it's not just you. We're all in this together and we got you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that, Brandy. That was perfect. That's a perfect way to open the morning of our launch day for Warning Children Are Not Weapons. I want
Yeah.
to take a second to welcome Dr. Elise Price Tobler and Sasheen. Please help me say your name. I don't want to mess it up. Is it Hollicut?
Yes.
Did I
Yes,
say it right?
Sasheen.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Okay, good. I was worried about that. So welcome. So glad to see you. So glad to finally meet you, even though it's on a screen. But we haven't had this opportunity before, so it's really good to meet you. And I want to introduce you to Dr. Elise Price Tobler and Brandy as well.
Nice to
So
meet you. Hello.
Doc, Dr. Tobler's in Australia, so we wanted to. It's 11 p.m. for her, so
Yes.
we
Oh,
wanted to kick off with giving her the opportunity to start us off with the book anthology, what it means to her. So we have a couple questions, and we're going to kind of let her talk about what she does. So let me grab these questions really quick. So what we want to do with each of the authors is give them an opportunity to talk about what has inspired them to share this particular part of their story, and then briefly describe the lessons that your chapter is going to bring to others and how that may impact them. So if you could start with maybe those two things, and then we will go from there. And let me change the view here.
Good evening to everybody in Australia. Good morning to everyone in America.
Real early. I haven't even drank my coffee yet. So
oh goodness gracious, we're all getting ready to go to bed here. So so as Dawn said, my name's Dr. Elise Price Tobler. I am a clinical psychotherapist. I have a master's degree in clinical psychotherapy and counseling. I also have a twin study PhD in adult child survivors of severe child psychological abuse related to severe level parental alienation. So I'm an academic. I work on the front line. I'm also an adult child of parental alienation and abduction. So I live the space, study the space, work in the space. It's what I do. And we're basically all coming together now to try and get all of the voices of the adult children who've lived with this to actually stand up now and speak about it and say, hey, we're here. Please stop talking about us without us. So we're here and we'd like to be included in the stories, all of the different conversations, all of the different conferences. And here we are. Lovely, beautiful Dawn has come up with the idea of putting a book together for a lot of adult child survivors of this abuse. And we talk about it, and from pain to purpose, basically. So that's why we're all here, and this is the book that's also going to accompany the conference that we're putting on. So on October the 10th, World Child Psychological Awareness Day. So we're also bringing the voices of the adult survivors into play on that day as well. So in Australia, it'll be the 11th and 12th. In America, the 10th and the 11th. And next year, it'll be Sydney 2025 live.
Yes. Thank you so much. This is amazing. So for those that might be joining us right now, our book is available on Amazon right now. So we have QR codes. QR codes. right here, so that you can easily go check out the book and buy your copy. Right now we're having a special launch price, so it's the best time to get a copy of the book. The book is full color, so we have special treats in the chapters for some of the authors that have shared some of their artwork and other things, posters and other information. So there's quite a bit of information. It's not just a story about the trauma. It's a story, like Elise said, it's from pain into purpose, and some of the things that helped us through that healing part of our journey, and things that we were able to express and pull out from. We have wonderful poems that have been included in the book. So there's a lot of little treats in there that's kind of weaved in with the stories. So it's not just a sad book. It's an enlightening book. It's a resource. It's a big, powerful resource for our family court friends and for our mental health practitioners and professionals. So there's a lot of information in here that they may find very valuable in their practice that they have from day to day. So real quick, Elise, would you mind talking about the purpose of that book becoming a resource in the mental health field and how we can apply that and use that in the family courts?
Yes. So for the first time, we've actually come together and created a book with all of our artwork, if we feel like it. And basically, we want the mental health practitioners out there. We want all the legal people out there, because I'm standing in both camps. So I am a clinical psych working in frontline therapy, but I'm also studying to be a family and criminal barrister. So I'm crossing across both fields, and I talk to a lot of people during the day because I get sent a lot of adult child survivors of trauma that I work with, assess and diagnose and write reports on and stand in court and talk about them. And a lot of the people that get sent to me who are in terrible, terrible trouble, a lot of the time the heart of it is parental alienation or child psychological abuse related to parental alienation. So, and we've got a lot going on in that space. And they're also, I work with a lot of adult child survivors in the mental health units and the jail system and on the street as well. So they're everywhere. I can't I can't do any work without some thread of alienation coming in, whether it's from a family situation, a government alienation, such as our Indigenous population over here in Australia as well, which have suffered very significant government alienation, and with our stolen generation. So it's everywhere, it's rife, and we are shining a big spotlight on it tonight, this morning.
Tonight, this morning, it all works, right? Yeah. That is amazing. Thanks so much for sharing and adding that information. I think that's definitely helpful for our audience and our readers to understand the heart that we put into this book and what they can take away, the impact that they can receive and share with others to help us reduce and eliminate this form of child abuse, because it is child abuse. So it's a beautiful way, I think, that we've been able to share and express that.
It is, because a lot of the mental health practitioners like myself will be presented with, say, for instance, in the mental health units or an emergency department, we'll have a lot of people coming in with symptomology and they're upset or they're drinking, doing drugs, all sorts of things. But a lot of the practitioners aren't actually looking at where the trauma is actually coming from. They're just treating the wound, so to speak, so not the systemic issue. So we want them to start understanding where to look, so so that they can truly help the adult survivors who are out there. And we also need to look at stopping this before the children turn into adult child survivors of this particular abuse. We need to understand it in the court system, criminal system, family court system, child court system. I see it in all the 3 court systems that I have to work in. And we need to have a much better understanding of what is going on in that space.
Yes. So now I want to highlight your chapter a little bit. So I'm going to share my screen. And while I'm sharing my screen, will you give us a little bit of a background about your chapter and what's exciting and important takeaways that you would like to share?
Well, I suppose it's been a very interesting journey. I have 2 siblings as well, and we were children of alienation, like I said, but we're also abducted children. So we had our names changed and we were moved interstate and taught a narrative that our father in this case was very dangerous. And I loved my father. I knew him very well. And when when we left him, I should say, one night, I want to say to people, because a lot of the time when I'm at work, people say to me, oh, my wife or my husband, they've taken the children, even just yesterday, to a hotel. I'm supposed to have them at the moment, but I'm not actually sure where they are. And I'm like, well, that's abduction. And one of the men I was working with yesterday, he said to me, no, it can't be abduction if a parent does it. And I said, actually, in our world, it is. So we're standing up and we're saying, do not take children away from safe, loving, available parents. Do not do it. We are entitled to have a life where we know both our parents, we know both our parents' extended families, our cousins, our friends. If you take us away, if you take us anywhere that our other parent, it's hard for them to get to, or you make it hard for them to get to us, then we have a big problem. And this is what the adult children are going to be talking about. This is what my chapter's about. How it's impacted my life and what it was like all throughout my life. PA has been a big feature in our lives. It doesn't go away. In the severe level, a lot of the times the alienating or pathogenic parent doesn't change. They're quite unwell. So we need to learn new ways to work with them instead of them coercively controlling us, because children who grow up in this space are in family and domestic violence relationships. There's no two ways about it. And we need a lot more practitioners trained to understand what they're seeing when these children are in front of them, when these children are going through family court, when these children are being weaponized. And it's why we keep saying, coming back, children are not weapons. That's why it's the name of the book.
Exactly. And that's the theme really between the book and then the conference. So this book is a companion really to, it is complementary of the conference that is coming up in October that you mentioned, because we want people to realize that children have an inalienable right to access to both of their loving and available parents that are safe. We're not talking about dangerous or unsafe situations. We're talking about where they would be safe.
Safe, loving, and available. Yes.
Yeah, definitely. So what do you think is important? What is the most, let me rephrase that. Why do you think it is important for people to read your chapter?
Because I think that the children who are, what really surprises me, that my stuff, our family stuff was going on in the 1970s. It's now 2024. I am listening to parents every single day in my work from across the world with the same stories as what I was hearing as a child from, their ex-partners, families. The same behaviors are still carrying on. The same intergenerational trauma is still going on, and it's 2024. It blows my mind. I'm like, we obviously have not got this right. We've not solved it. We've not moved on. And the high conflict divorce family law system in America is an $80 billion per year industry. So
system
what
in America is an $80 billion per year.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Yes, $80 billion a year industry. That is very significant. And that's a number that really needs to be socialized. We need to understand that that number is an enormous number for an industry. Thinking about divorce and separation.
Yeah, and then we're talking about child psychological abuse in that space. So what is the impact on society with these children? Well, hello, I captured that in my books. And later on, how do we treat them? Because there is no treatment protocol at this point. My twin study PhD proved there's no treatment protocol for these children, adult children. So now we've got a whole lot of people who are wandering around, mental health practitioners, and a lot of them don't know how to work with us. So we've got a big problem. So what's the cost on society if we've got high conflict divorce, $80 billion industry churning out all of this fighting? The children are just spinning from all of the silver bullets that are being hurled around, and then they come out the other end. So we are the children who've come out the other end. So if you want to hear what down the line looks like, we're here to tell you.
Oops, I was talking on you. Exactly. That is so important that people realize this is what we're sharing is what we're trying to prevent. We're not sharing it because we can change our story. We can't change what happened to us. We can't change any of the history, but maybe we can change what little children today may go through. And maybe it'll be a little bit better and easier for them when when and if their parents divorce or separate. We want to make sure that we can protect them and their needs and their rights to have access to both of their available loving parents. Thank you so much. I appreciate your story is beautiful. Your story also includes a poem on top of the chapter, and you have a lot of really interesting artwork that is amazing. Full color in this book. So that is one of the treats of the book that we do offer it in full color. So you can really take in the artwork. I think that was important to share. Do you want to share anything about your artwork?
The artwork's really interesting because my grandmother is Indigenous. So she was from the stolen generation. So I do a lot of Indigenous art trying to get a connection with her because when my dad was moved out and I was away from him for 25 years because of the abduction and the psychological abuse and all the stories we were being told, I was also away from her. So, and she was adopted as a child and stolen as a child. So she had huge abandonment stuff. And then I think to myself, wow, so she had all of that childhood trauma and then she grew up, got married, had 3 sons herself, and there was a whole lot of partners who came in who wouldn't sort of allow her to be in our lives. So it's like, so she had everybody removed again. So I can't even imagine the misery of what she went through as a grandparent, not being able to see us. So, and I never saw her again. She died before I reunited with my dad, and so did my great grandfather. So he was 101, and he actually had a birthday party at the home, and none of his family were there. There were no grandchildren, no great grandchildren, and I had a son at that point. So it's like, what are you doing, people? Like, wake up. And we are coming back to talk to you about that. So if you think that children don't grow up, we do. And when we find out what you've done to us and how you've stopped us seeing our normal range, healthy, loving, available other side of the family, we're going to stand up. We're going to have a conference. We're going to write books. We're going to talk about what you've done. So we're putting you all on alert.
Here we are. Here we are. So yes, we have 16 marvelous authors in this collaborative book that has shared a lot of these same stories. We have very similar stories. We just have different events. So some of us have had different levels of certain events that have occurred. Some of us have been abducted from a parent, so there's some of them have different complex intersecting traumas, which is another area that I think is important. And before we, I know it's really late for you and I want to be mindful of your time, but before we let you go, and you can stay as long as you like and talk as much as you want, but before we do let you go, I'd like for you to maybe address those intersecting traumas so that people can understand where we might see an obvious abuse and people will say that's her abuse, but it might be because of or connected to what we're talking about here with this child's psychological abuse.
Well, the way to spot it very, very quickly is children. It's the only form of trauma that we know of where children are actively scared of their other parent, unless they're very violent. In a normal kind of family situation, unless there's extreme violence going on, sometimes child sexual abuse. But even then, the kids that I work with, a lot of them with CSA, will not say a bad word about the parent that's abusing them. They say, I love my parent. And when they're adults, they actually say, oh, I always loved him or her. I just didn't like what they were doing to me. In alienation, these children say, I don't want to see the parent. I don't want to go over there. I am scared of them. It's a completely different type of trauma. It's very easy to spot because we're wired to be with our parents. We're wired biologically to be with our parents. So for us to say, oh, I'm scared, or I don't want anything to do with them, that is our key right there. If that's going on, we need to be like, okay, let's have a case conference. Let's have a chat. Let's get together and find out more about this particular parent and that particular parent. Let's do some assessments here. Let's do some diagnostics. Let's get to the bottom of this. Let's just not
Yes.
stay in family court for 2 or 3 or 4 years and go through mediation. Let's actually get it out of the family court system and into the mental health system where
Exactly.
we can start to actually get things moving.
Yes. Perfect. Thank you for sharing that. Is there anything else you'd like to add before I welcome people that have been joining into the room about your chapter or the work you're doing or the conference?
No, just I'm really excited for the conference, and I just want to thank everybody who's here, and especially you, Dawn, for putting this all together, because this was your idea. I was on the end of the phone that morning when you called me and said, hey, Elise, I want to do a conference. So I'm like,
I think she
thank
thought I
you.
was crazy. She's like, you want to do what?
Yeah. When?
This year?
We went, yep, let's do it.
Oh my
So we're
gosh.
doing
And
it. And here's
then I
the book.
added the book as well. So
Yeah.
I was talking with Danica, who is she's the president of Kids Need Both. And she's like, I want to do a book. I'm like, well, I want to do a book. So we decided that we would do these books. And it's like, but these books would be great if we connected them to a conference. And here we go. I mean, it wasn't just all, a package thought in the middle of the night that I wake myself up with at 2 o'clock in the morning quite often, but this is where it started. So I am it's a little surreal to actually be here and having this. This is now the second book in the effort that we put on this year. So Kids Need Both was a book that was published in July. And that is a book with advocates that all advocate for the child to be protected, for their relationships and that parent-child bond to be preserved. So that book is a complementary book to our book. And they point to how important it is to the children. And we all point in the direction of how important it is for the future children, the little children that are growing up now. So then the conference, it just plays right into that. It all ties together. So I'm so glad that we've been able to make it this far. And now we have the conference right around the corner. So it's amazing. So I thank everybody for your support too. That I couldn't be here without some massive support. So I appreciate that so much.
Thank you, Dawn, for everything you've done.
Thank you. Thank you for being here and for your chapter. And before, let's see, I'd like to kind of do a little reset because we've had some people join us. So I want to say good morning to Jean Marie, and Patty has joined us. Let's see if I have anybody else in the waiting room. Okay. Nope, I think we're good. So just so everybody knows that we have didn't mean to mess it up already. Sasheen, did I say that correctly? She's joining us. She is also a contributor to the book. And so we'll be talking with her. We have Jean Marie, who is an ally for us, a cheerleader here to support the book and helping us so much with the conference efforts. So we really appreciate Jeannie. I call her Jeannie. But it's so grateful for the help that she's been there to help provide and get us this far. And it's been through our collaboration that we have a platform, not just a conference. So the conference idea grew into a platform, and it's just, we wanted it to be professional so that we would be taken seriously. We wanted it to be long lasting. We didn't want it to be one conference and then what. We wanted to grow and continue to help protect those children in the future, and having new people that are just coming into their own realization of their own situations and waking up to the truth, and having someone or having people that they can relate to and identify with, so that they're not feeling alone. Because many of us, when we discovered what happened, I know for me, I don't want to speak for everybody, but for me, I felt like this is just my cards. It's just me. Because I tried to say stuff when I was younger, and I just kind of got pushed down and told, be quiet. We don't want to hear that. You're lying, whatever the case was. So we don't want people that are just now realizing what they have gone through to feel alone and feel that rejection. We want to validate them and welcome them into a community, a community of people that sadly have gone through a very devastating, traumatic childhood, but that pain and purpose is why we're here. We're here to show that there's ways that we will and can heal. We're not doomed to live a life of tragedy. Absolutely not. So this is really the heart of why we do what we do. So thank you so much for helping Jeannie to make this 2 a.m. idea that I called Australia, saying, and it's shocking her because I never call her that late at night for her. She's like, "Is it an emergency?" But I had to get it. I had to share it with her. So it was super important. And it turned in from that little idea into a big platform. So it's amazing that we are where we're at. So kudos to all of you for helping me. So thank you. And then Brandy has been, Brandy can be anywhere in the United States at any time. She has flyers to go with it too. This girl will paper America.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Major contributor.
Yeah, she just jumps
Brandy,
in.
you're an angel.
Absolutely.
Good day, man.
Absolutely. So we'll take a little break to talk about the conference and say good morning to everybody. Give everybody a chance now to kind of chime in. You heard a lot from Dr. Price-Hobler. So if you have comments or additions or questions, let's have a little bit of a conversation, and then we'll go back into another author spotlight. So good morning. See, we have Jeannie and Sasheen and Brandy and Patty. So is everybody?
All right, I have a question for you, Dawn. I have
Sure.
a question that I've been meaning to ask you, and it might seem like a very silly question after all that has been said, especially with your last words now. However, when was the aha moment for the Nothing About Us Without Us, title? Because I love to know where the actual birth of that, you had the idea and then the title, or the title then came I would love to know the inception of that.
That is an awesome, we need to talk about that. So there's an origin of the Nothing About Us Without Us. We didn't start it, but I learned it from Elise. Elise is familiar with it through the Aboriginals in Australia who use it quite frequently. And when she told it to me, it stuck to me. I'm like, oh my gosh, yes, nothing about, you can't talk about us without us. We need to be involved in solutions when it concerns us. And it just really, really resonated. So Elise, did you have something to add?
Yeah, it's more so a Nothing About Us Without Us is also something that we use because I work in disabilities and mental health, so especially in the disabilities field. So we use that a lot within that field. It's a big war cry that a lot of people with different challenges use, because historically they haven't been given a voice. They've been disempowered. They've been marginalized. So it's definitely something that's come from there. And I was talking to Dawn about it because I really feel like a lot of the time we're not included in conferences and things like that either. So experts talk about us without us. And we're like, you got to stop doing that, because we are equally as capable of talking about our trauma, and we know more about it because we're actually the experts on ourselves. So they can gather a lot of data, but really we hold the key to the trauma and how to move through it and how to fix it. So no longer, don't talk about us without us. Do not have any conferences where there's at least 60% of the speakers with whatever particular conference that is. So, for example, I come from a background of working with the Schizophrenia Fellowship. So within the Schizophrenia Fellowship, the charter is at least half the board members need to have lived experience of that particular mental health challenge. And they never have a conference without pretty much like more than half the audience with challenges who understand schizophrenia, and most of the speakers have schizophrenia. Like, they would never in a million years hold a conference without a lot of people with that. So with that challenge, it's just not okay to do that anymore in 2024. It's just like, but it's still happening. So we're like, no, no. Yep.
Can I
Yeah,
just
go ahead,
add
Patty.
one more thing on a more micro level? How about the situations when, you know, the about us person is in the room and the peoples are having the conversation like, hello, I'm right here. I hear you. You want to ask me how I feel about this? In courtrooms, in houses, and especially when it's children, when it seems like they don't have any rights as children. So I'm really glad you brought attention to that. It really got me at hello when I first saw it. It's new to me, but I love
Mhm.
Yeah, it's an amazing mantra and it's the theme. So like I said, we didn't come up with it. We adopted it because we are talking about the type of abuse that it's circulated and used around these types of groups. And I actually did a deep dive search to try and figure out where is the origin. And it goes way back into the 1500s with, I think, Poland, where they were using the same statement, nothing about us without us. And it was for the same type of purpose and movement. So I think it's really it's amazing to see something like that stick after centuries have gone by. So yeah, we don't use this phrase lightly. We really have taken it to heart. It's become part of who we are. And I'm just grateful that it is available for us to be able to use as a mantra and a theme for our topic, because it is so important, like Elise was saying, and like what Patty was saying, we don't want children to not have a voice. So if we need to stand up and be their voice until they are old enough to have a voice, then we will. So we are their voice right now. We know what they may be going through, and we would love to be able to prevent that from happening, because we know the devastating effects, the long-term effects. This is not something, and I've heard judges say, I'm going to pick on judges for a minute. I've heard them say, oh, just wait until they're 18 and they'll figure it out. Do not ever tell a parent to wait till their child turns 18 thinking we're going to figure it out, because we don't just figure it out. There is not a magic, okay, today I'm 18, boom, now I know all the truth and I can go have a relationship with my missing parent. It doesn't work like that. That's not what happens. And that devastation that we suffered with through as a child will continue with us as an adult. So it's super important that children learn how to deal with conflicts, that they learn how to deal with setting boundaries, that they learn how to deal with their trauma in a way that's safe while they're still under the watchful eye of a parent, not the ownership eye of a parent. Because one thing I've always said, it was always my life. It was never anybody else's life. It was always mine. And my life came with two parents, specific parents, specific DNA, specific to me and my biology. So it never belonged to anybody else to make such drastic choices that would alter and change the trajectory of my life. And that's my opinion and position on that. It may not be everybody's, but I feel like children are not pieces of property. It is their life, and you're guiding and protecting their life with whatever makeup it is, however it was designed. You're protecting that, preserving that. And they need to have that intact when they become adults so that they can thrive. So we have also taken on the phrase thrivers. We are thrivers. We have suffered through a lot of trauma. And as we come into this and we're going through that pain into purpose, we are not just survivors. We are actually thrivers, and we want to make a difference. We want to help prevent this type of phenomenon from happening any further. Patty, did you have additional questions?
I see Jeannie. Go for it, Jeannie. This is rich conversation, and I love that it's going to continue at the conference. And every word everybody says, I'm like, oh yeah, and oh yeah, like we're all really delving into this, and I'm really thankful about it. Jeannie, over to you.
Oh my goodness. Well, thank you. And I am just so humbled and honored to be a part of this, from behind the scenes, to be a cheerleader, whatever my role is. But I truly, my heart goes out to all of you and to all those who have suffered in any way from the parent alienation, from the family alienation, from the community alienation. And truly, community involves the schools, because a lot of times the schools, and I'm glad you brought it up, Dawn, the judicial system, not to pick on anyone, but it's just bringing an awareness, and they don't know what they don't know. And a lot of times, I mean, it takes a village. And what we're doing is bringing that awareness. But I have a question. I'm not sure if it's directed to Dr. Elise or to the panel here, but with the schools, the child is in school, and a lot of times in the presence of the teachers and or the administration, more so than at home and with family. Is there an opportunity, and perhaps you touched on it before I had gotten here, but is there an opportunity, or what are the initial steps, or what's going to be done? Oops.
Now, when you
go ahead.
Oh, I was just asking Brandy if she had a question or a comment. Sorry.
Well, I was going to ask, what exactly do you mean? Is there opportunity? Specifically because I deal with children that are in schools and they have counselors, they have access to teachers. However, when they're with an alienator, and that alienator is telling them not to say anything, and they're scared to speak out.
Right.
Yes, they're in school around people, but they still don't reach out. So that's why this platform is so important, because we need the teachers and the counselors to reach out to the child. The child is not just going to reach out to the counselor, even when they're directly assigned counselors. They're still scared because at the end of the day, they have to go back home with that alienator. And very often, the alienator is asking them questions and, making it very hard. So that's why I love the fact that we're also reaching out to the professionals to say the children need help and their voices are silent. So this is what you should look out for, like Dr. Elise said. If you talk to the child and you know that there's no abuse, sexual abuse or anything like that, and they just automatically reject one parent, but no real reason of why they're rejecting a parent, or some superficial reason, like, I'm just gonna make up something. They made me clean my room too often, or something like that. Then those are red flags to say, let's look deeper into this, because it does really hurt the child mentally to have to feel they have to reject one parent, and then they go to safe places like a school, but they're still not allowed to speak out or say anything.
Right, right. And I guess too, the part of the question is also, you could have the teachers supporting the child in that, but the administration, there's a control there as well. Maybe it's in a divorce situation, maybe it's in a separation, or during a time of mediation, and the one parent speaks to the school and convinces them that, don't let the child go with this parent. And it's got to be a very sticky situation, and the child is, and I think the child is the weapon.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So I think one of the things that we would love to be able to educate and share, not just with the family courts, not just with mental health, we're talking about educators and law enforcement as well, where they're upholding court orders, and that the family courts are utilizing and accessing the mental health. It's all it kind of needs to work together. A well-oiled machine isn't just a judge on a bench. It takes a dynamic of people, a diverse group of people that come from the mental health, that come from the family courts. The educators and the law enforcement officers are the ones that can protect the children, not a parent that is trying to, let me rephrase that, not promoting or encouraging the behavior to continue where a child loses access to their parent. We need the law enforcement officers and the schools to not pick sides. They need to pick the side of the court order, and the courts need to, and we need to bring those mental health practitioners back into the courtroom, so that the judges and the attorneys aren't assessing or, and dare I say, placing a diagnosis on somebody, which we don't want to happen, but occasionally it has. And we want to make sure that those diagnoses are not just names that are being thrown out and tossed around, which we all know which names are being tossed around. And we need to kind of pull that back, and let's really look at it from a mental health perspective. So I'm going to give it a break. I think Patty went off camera, but Ginger, go ahead and we'll go back to Patty. So welcome first, Ginger. I didn't have a chance to welcome you to coming into the room, but glad you're here.
Thank you so much. I woke up late.
No worries.
And then I was like, oh, wow, yeah, there's a Zoom. So I'm so glad that I opened up my messenger to remind me. I'm so glad to see so many wonderful women here.
Yeah.
So many strong women. This is my first time actually meeting Dr. Alice, though I know of her work for a long time. Dawn, we've been working together for a while, so this is exciting. So for those who don't know me, I'm the director of the Erasing Family movie, the Erasing Dad movie, and I also run Reversing Parental Alienation Coaching. And what I see as a huge issue that we can bring light to is what to do in the case of teenagers and young adults. Because it seems everyone, I don't want to say everyone, but things have shifted. And I don't think it's very viable in any decent court in the world, to bring in a 6-year-old who then parrots back, I hate daddy. Why do you hate daddy? Well, because he gives me ice cream. Like, people see through that now. But what I'm seeing is that when kids are 14, 15, 16, 17, the judge says we can't force them. We're not saying children should be forced, but there seems to be this big black hole once a child is about 12, 13, or 14, where the professionals just kind of throw up their hands. And what I see also, and I actually did a seminar on the problems with reunification therapy, and a lot of programs that are out there. And no one is working on how to get buy-in or behavioral change from the alienator.
Mm.
It is possible.
Exactly.
It's not by telling them what they're doing is wrong. I actually had a court-ordered coaching session with an alienator. It was very eye-opening. So what I worked on is, what is this costing you? And she's like, well, it's costing me all this time and money in court. No one seems to believe me that the dad is bad. I've been declared a vexatious litigant. So I was working with her to see, oh, well, imagine all the free time you'd have if you stopped this. You know, you could get your nails done. You like, really, it was that level. And these people can be coachable, but they're not perceptive to therapy. And there's, of course, varying degrees of this, but there seems to be very little attempt to actually put real limits or change the behavior, not the feelings of the alienator. And then also for the kids, these therapies can often be just a validation of their feelings. I'm working on one case where the therapist applauded the daughter for telling her mom, my boundary is that you never go to my school ever again. The therapist was like, good, for you, set those boundaries. And I think also being children, there's a lot of stuff in social media right now about, you know, cut off toxic people in your family. How many of those toxic people are alienated parents? I mean, I don't know. It's a question.
Yeah.
They could all be very toxic. And then also what I've seen too, working with parents, is that a lot of these parents who are alienated due to the alienation and the trauma, they do begin to exhibit a behavior that also pushes their kid away because they aren't trained. No one's helping them to emotionally regulate, to let go of the trauma response. So they get triggered by the alienator, they get triggered by their kid, then the kid gets triggered by the parent, and everyone's triggering each other. And of course the kid then doesn't want to see a parent who's emotionally unstable, but they're emotionally unstable from the alienation. And this idea that Alice said of just, you know, at conferences, I was at the PASG conference and I was a speaker, and there was one other woman who was a speaker, who had been through this as kids, but that was pretty much it on the speaker list. And then the other thing that I've seen, I'm sorry if I'm just doing a little dump here, Dawn, so you can tell me to shut up, is a fetishization of alienated kids' pain. I'm not sure how else to put it, but a lot of people like, oh, did you want to commit suicide?
Oh my gosh.
Like kind of these things that are triggering, and not to me, but to other people in this space. Oh, did you ever cut yourself from the pain? And it's like they're trying to see by seeing how bad it can get for their kids. And I understand where it's coming from, but then it's like, we're hoping for these worse outcomes to prove that it's to prove that it's alienation. And also for those who study psychology, that some people are perceptible to self-harming behaviors, and that is not necessarily correlated or connected to an actual trauma. So it's like, it's, but a lot of parents almost who I work with sometimes celebrate when their kids, like, they're like, oh, my kid's in the hospital. Because they try to cut themselves. What does this mean? I'm like, are you happy your kid's in the hospital? So seeing pain as kind of this fetish object is something that I find a little concerning that we can work on. And so that's why I love how you're saying we're thrivers, we're survivors, we're able to come through this, we're able to be empaths, we're able to be healers, psychologists, coaches, light workers, authors, because trauma is just a part of life. So thank you so much for having me here. And I look forward to hearing what everyone else has to say. And I guess then our challenge for us maybe next time is, how do we find men to participate in this?
Yeah, well, we
Pesky
do.
men who don't want to share their feelings.
We do have men, but they are not able to attend today, unfortunately, sadly. But we'll get them next time. And I do have a video, so we'll bring in Andrew's video so that we can at least have one of them.
Yeah, Andrew's great. It's not criticism, but like we all know it can be a little harder for men to talk about this
and come forward. Elise, did you have a question? I saw your hand raised.
Yeah, I just want to say hi, Ginger. Yeah, I'm Elise. Nice to meet you finally. I do know your work very well too. I've shown every person I know your movies.
Yep.
Everyone, whether they liked it or not. Like, as in not liked the content, but liked sitting down and being forced to watch it or not. So I'm like, you have to watch this with me. Here's the popcorn. Don't move. So, yeah, but what I wanted to say is Rachel Roberts, who's part of the speaker lineup, if we go back to the conversation we were having before about children in schools, so she works at the Department of Education and Training in Australia, and she is an adult child of PA, and she's worked in lots of behaviour schools, as have I, and she's been the principal, and she's also worked in Indigenous schools, and she is seeing about 40% of kids within that space experiencing alienation. So she's actually getting every teacher she knows in the New South Wales Department of Education and Training. She's sending emails out to everyone, and they're hopefully all going to be watching the conference. So
Awesome.
that's we need to hit up the schools so that they understand what the heck is going on there. And Patty, I've got a question. Are you a New Yorker?
Question. Yeah, I am. How could you tell? I am. I have
Love
a
it. I
question though.
love your energy. Yeah.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, well, they say New York is the heartbeat of the world. So I love New York. I am a proud New Yorker. There are a lot of people that live in New York that actually poo-poo New York. Oh, this, oh, that. And you know what? Leave. That's what my answer is. Leave. Get out of here. If you don't like it, leave. You should. I feel like wherever you are,
Coming from a
embrace it,
true New
love it,
Yorker.
right? I do have a question. While we're still on the education and doctor, you might be able, Elise, you might be able to answer it. It was really originally for Brandy because she says she works hands on, and this might already be something that you guys do. However, since I'm not in the school system, I'm curious because I feel like going back to my childhood or even adulthood, the anonymous theme, if all children were to have, when you have that one day that you bring awareness on this topic, and then kids still clam up because they're afraid, or they have the one-on-one counselor but they clamming up because they're scared and afraid. I'm just curious, is there like a system that all children have to submit a ticket and they write, I'm scared, I'm not scared, like something that, so that nobody's like writing on their own, so they're still not standing out like a sore thumb. However, everybody, and then they could see and then take it from there. I'm just curious, do you guys do anonymous polls?
The, uh, Dr. Elise, you want to go or?
We do not do anonymous polls when it comes to parental alienation or anything like that, because this is a very, very difficult area to work in. We have to be very, very careful with what we teach the children, what we say to them, what they will go home with, what they will tell the parent. A lot of them will go straight back to the parent and tell them everything we've told them, and that will sometimes bring a lot of heat onto us, a lot. So depending on where the child is, whether they're mild, moderate, or severe, we have to be extremely careful in this space. So it's a topic that Rachel's going to address, and she's actually going to be here with me on the night of the conference. So I'm going to be asking her questions, and because I'm very familiar with the system she's in. So I'm going to be asking her questions and sort of interviewing her live. So we'll be able to ask her all of the questions, and she's very entrenched in what's going on in that system, and it is frightening what's going on in that system. So yeah.
And I could say,
Watch for Rachel.
in the schools, they are trying to have like suicide prevention classes. However, with alienated children, that's the problem, that they are being conditioned not to say anything. They are being conditioned to, not reach out, or, for instance, if they're sick and they have to call their parent, they know not to call the targeted parent, because they're too afraid. I've seen that literally. So polls would be great to probably see how many children don't have relationships with both parents, just to get a general idea. But with alienated children, their voices have been stifled, and their perception of if they're alienated or if they're just scared of the targeted parent because their alienator is saying that the targeted parent is, you know, the narcissistic one, they, yeah, the polls, I have not seen polls done like that in any of the schools that I've been around to try to get information or try to gather awareness for parental alienation. But this is why I believe that they're not doing the polls.
And I also think if we need to be very, very careful not to bring up subjects with, especially with children who don't have access to mental health help. So we don't want to be bringing up subjects, opening wounds, talking about things. At the moment, some of the counselors in schools, they have not even got a bachelor level degree. So, and some of them are crossing across 3 or 4 schools. So
Mhm.
they are so stretched to the limit. If we start sort of asking these questions, we don't want to be triggering anyone, opening wounds that we can't work with if they're open. Like, it's very, very difficult. So, and what tends to happen, this is what I'm seeing, is the worst of the worst are the ones that are getting the the noticed, but they're also then not getting treatment either, because Rachel talks about, she'll talk about this. What happens over here in Australia is if we identify a child who needs counselling and the counsellor at the school is too stretched, or it's they need more specialist help, we'll put them on what's called the mental health care plan. So that's 10 visits with a base level psychologist. And then within that space, sometimes, and Rachel says, these are her words, she says sometimes it takes 3 to 4 to 5 months to get a suicidal child in the school system in to see a professional psychologist. That's the system that we're dealing with here. Within that space, then they've got to just keep a lid on that kid. And then she said that the first 30 to 40 minutes of a session is taken up with paperwork after they've waited 3, 4, 5 months to see someone. And then, so this is the system where they're trying to work within the schools in Australia. Now, I don't know what it's like overseas, but this is what's going on here. So we've got to be very careful. So, and a lot of these kids, some of them are juvenile justice kids, some of them are from the foster care system. So we've got, and there's a lot of alienation in the foster care system, tons. So it's very concerning on so many levels. And when you work in behavior schools versus your kind of regular schools, is 10 times more stuff. And the Rachel will tell you this too. She's been hit, hurt, punched out. Like, the amount of time she's been hurt and called me and said, "Oh my God, I can't walk. I've been pushed over. I had 4 kids land on top of me. I'm going like to get checked." It's just, I don't know. I don't know what we're going to do with this system. So we've got to start training more about PA, but we basically don't have enough teachers. They're leaving. They're being exposed to high levels of abuse now too. The kids a lot of them are very, very distressed. So it's yeah, it's a lot. But we'll hear from Rachel and
Yeah.
what her ideas are too.
Yep. Any follow-ups on that, Patty?
Well, I, for lack of better words, I'm definitely a little bit of a disruptor in my later years, because I was that timid child. I was that timid child. And I try to go back to that now. Everybody's story is different, and I'm not going specific on my story. I just could tell you I resonate with being in school, and there were peer to peer. and it worked. It helped me. I didn't say it like, cured me at the time. Again, for lack of better words, cure maybe is a pretty strong word. However, I remember being about 15, and there was a peer-to-peer opportunities that they were giving at the high school, and it was all confidential. And I remember it was for suicide, and I remember contemplating suicide, and honestly, I had buried so much that I really wasn't even sure why I felt that way. Because I know, and I don't want to get too specific. I am always very mindful of protecting people, however, I wonder, is that another option? Is that, because I feel like I understand what you're saying, and I'm not a medical license, and I don't have a bachelor's in any psychology, so I highly respect the recommendations of it's not a good idea. But I wonder if there's like a way to tiptoe around it. Maybe this is a seed for, just breaking another barrier in inventing a new system, because clearly, as you guys are stating, the system is not working. So how do we fix it? Because I definitely believe we need to always find the root of a problem. We found it. Now what do we do to stop the bleed, right? So the peer-to-peer worked for me, and I'm going back 100 years because I'm over 50 now, going on 54. I really felt comfortable. It just felt good just to be able to talk to somebody who was, around my age, just to get it off my chest, because sometimes being bottled up, that in itself is destructive. So sometimes just getting it off your chest and letting another human hear you without any strings attached feels good. So I wonder if you guys do that as well. And thanks for letting me share, and thanks for answering so candid.
Absolutely. Anybody want to follow up with that? Before I do a quick, I want to do a quick plug for the book again. So before I do that, I want to give you a chance to maybe follow up with any last comments for that topic. Okay. Yep.
Just real quickly, and we're talking about the schools, talking about the children, the suicide and everything. At what point, and maybe you could address this later after your plug for the book.
Oh, we'll just keep going in and out of them. So I love the conversation. I think we're good.
Okay, great. I know we're talking about education. I'm going to segue just a little bit because of the collaboration that I see there is a need for the law enforcement. Sometimes they're brought in to this, whether it is to for the dispute or for at school. Law enforcement sometimes has to show up there if there is the school won't allow someone to pick up the child. That
pick up and drop off points often are at the police stations.
Yes, and also, maybe the law enforcement does not, they're just coming into the situation. And so who do they believe? And, the child is afraid and normally is going with a particular parent or grandparent, and then suddenly they're told not to. So your ability, I know you fought hard to get the conference to provide credits. Can you or Dr. Elise share, how do you at this point, because of the lack of knowledge and we're just bringing people up to speed type of thing, how is it dealt with now? If there's a social worker, or maybe I'm just asking too many questions, but I'm just seeing somehow, some way the law.
Yeah, I'll quickly say, and then I'll let other people answer too, that there's a lot of circumstances where the schools would rather err on the side of caution than to, get involved in something. We're not asking them to get involved. We're asking them to not get involved, to not pick a side, to not make a parent go home without their child when there's a court order. We don't want the school stepping in and making those kinds of decisions that a judge has made. So this is where we want the schools to uphold those the court orders Same with law enforcement. We want the law enforcement to uphold those court orders, and the family goes back into the court system for that dispute. And we want to encourage the mental health practitioners to step in and take care of that. That needs to be taken off the judge's hands. He doesn't need to be worrying about that kind of stuff. He needs to worry about, the decisions that he needs to make based off of the accurate diagnosis or treatment plan from a medical or mental health practitioner, someone that is qualified to step in and see, witness, detect, what Dr. Lease was saying earlier, being able to identify those behavioral problems. So we need to kind of separation of duties is what we call it, right, Brandy? In the cyber world, you have a separation of duties for a reason, and it's to keep things ethical. And that's what we kind of need to apply sort of here. So I'm going to wrap up there and let Ginger, you had a question, and then we'll go to Sashi.
No.
I just wanted to add something about the schools that can make it a lot easier how to reach children, but I can wait after your plug or whenever.
It's relevant to schools. So
yeah, it's schools. Okay.
yeah.
So when we teach skills on how to deal with high conflict people, and this comes from Bill Eddy and the High Conflict Institute, and a lot of people do nonviolent education. One thing we teach is that you don't have to determine if a person is high conflict or not to use them. So if I use my high conflict email skills to email Dawn is going to love the email because it's going to be short, it's going to be polite, it's going to be informative, and it's going to be 3 sentences long. And Dawn's not going to say, does Ginger think I'm high conflict? So you can use them with everybody. So I think if we go to the schools and begin to teach people how to identify what a healthy relationship looks like, which kids don't get, how to respond to bullying in any format, which can be your boss in the future, it can be kids, it could be a parent, could be family members, how to respond in a way that reduces the conflict.
Yes.
How those skills will help everybody, whether they're alienated or not. When we begin to teach kids to identify, are you alienated? That can be very dangerous because, as Alice said, the schools don't have the resources for this. Then what do you do? Who do you call? But to be able to say, oh, thank you for your opinion, I'll take it under consideration, as opposed to arguing and you're wrong, letting things go, being like, oh, that's the other person with their worldview, right? I don't have to say I disagree. If they're high conflict, I can just smile and say, thank you for your opinion, right? Which even kids can do with parents. They can say, oh, thanks for letting me know. That's, these skills can help everybody have better relationships. And
taught
one
more.
of my dreams in the future is to bring this type of education in the school. There's some people who are doing it, but when I learned these skills at 36, I was like, if I had these skills at 16, my life wouldn't have been the hell it was.
Exactly. We didn't learn it as
and you
children.
can teach them in like a few
adults.
hours. These aren't, in a health class. So I think that's our perspective, because the less we label kids as alienated, not alienated, estranged, refusing, because these labels also then they can just justify a behavior, like, oh, I have generalized anxiety disorder, so therefore it's okay that I don't do certain things, I don't participate in things because I have a diagnosis, or I'm alienated, so that's why I don't talk to my dad, because as an alienated kid, because that can also happen, especially with younger kids today. They take these diagnoses as a way to like create their personality. Whereas we just say, hey, is someone telling you what to do? No matter who that person is, even if they have authority over you, here are some ways where you can keep your decision-making without making them angry.
Yes.
So I just want to add that in as a way, so we're not, as Dr. Alice says, making it worse with kids and then there's no mental health to like system to protect them.
Yeah. Great points. Thank you for adding that. What happened to Sasheen? Did she drop? She must have dropped. Maybe she'll come back in.
I just want to add that when I'm speaking, I'm usually talking about kids who have very, very difficult backgrounds. And we're talking about like sometimes 5 generations of unemployment. That's the schools that I work in, okay? So, and a lot of kids in and out of JJ and things like that. So I'm not talking about your normal range school because I don't work in them. So, and neither does Rachel. So we're talking about the sort of other end of the spectrum. So We've got different
That's the
challenges.
severe end, but then we have
Oh, yeah.
the regular, the normal range, or no, I don't want to say normal range, the normal school system where most children attend.
Yeah, they
Um,
don't have behaviors. So
they don't.
Rachel and I
They don't.
we work in behavior schools. Yeah.
Yeah, but we don't want these children that are attending schools here to end up in those schools.
No, but what we do see is in the behavior schools, the special needs schools, the PA is through the roof.
Yeah.
So, and a lot of it, yeah. So it's just a major challenge. I can't wait to talk to Rachel, get her on during the conference, and pick her brain. Yeah.
That'll be good. Brandy, you had a question still. Do you still have it?
Yes, I just want to jump in real quick. The schools to me is like the third party, but what we really need to target is these courts and DCFS and CPS, because when they're taking healthy children from healthy environments and putting them in unhealthy environments, these kids are acting out. These kids are suicidal. These kids are having issues. And if we get these courts to understand that if you if you take a child and put them in a toxic environment or with a parental alienating uh, uh, parent, they they are gonna experience these issues. So for me, I think that where the courts they're not looking at what's best for the children, and they're putting too many children in toxic situations where now they're making it where you're having more kids that are suicidal or having issues with anger and things of that nature. So we really need to get these courts to look at these courts and therapists to look at making sure a child is put in a good situation or a good family home.
Exactly. Thank you for adding that. So I really quick want to jump to Sasheen because she had her hand up, but then she got dropped. So I want to give her a chance to ask her question.
I was just wanting to mention to Patty that I do agree. I think it was you that had said that the teenagers and the youth seem to really get left behind. I think that's when the most behaviors start to exhibit a lot more. In Canada here, in British Columbia and Alberta, the RCMP do not enforce court orders. In 2020, my husband and I had gone to go and see his girls. We drove to Edmonton from Kelowna, and she would not allow the girls to come with us, of course, using COVID, right? And we called the RCMP because we had Airbnb. We were staying there. We called the RCMP and they said there's nothing that they can do. And I'm like, but there's a court order that says he's to have his time. And they didn't do anything. So, and back to the school thing too, school counselors, I don't know what their limits are, because when I was in school and about 15, I was sexually assaulted in school and I went to a counselor there, and there was nothing that they did, right? My parents, my mom and my stepfather ended up taking me to a psychologist, a male psychologist, on top of it once. So it's just, schools need to be very aware of what's going on, and being so vulnerable when you're an alienated child. You are so vulnerable to all kinds of influence, your identity. I mean, I remember as a child looking at the milk carton going, I think my face should be there. Like, these things are coming back to me now, right? And I'm going, holy smokes, like, what was I holding? I also was suicidal at 15, right? Like, all these things, these are the types of symptoms that these kids are dealing with on a regular basis, and nobody's helping them. Nobody's saving them. There's no therapist affiliated with courts here in Canada either. So what are these counselors
So the schools could be a
doing? What are these therapists doing? How come nobody's helping? It could be a really good gateway to helping these kids if we can come up with a plan and and addressing it with the schools. I mean, I've had my fair share of run-ins with the schools from my own experience, my son. Always having to fight because my son, he's autistic. So there was always, IPEs. So there's behavior plans, there's this, there's that. And you'd think if that they can do something like that with somebody with autism, then why can't we individualize with all kinds of kids as
Mhm.
well?
Yep.
And, the school should be a sort of a liaison, I would think, to facilitate the betterment of children. I just wanted to really say and thank you guys for speaking about all this and talking about all of it, because I thought I was alone for a long time until I started to wait a second. That person says that. Wait a second, what's going on here? A high conflict counselor that my husband and his ex-wife were working with taught me a lot. That opened my eyes a lot to a lot of things. And these people need to be involved in these court processes, and they need to be, I think, the primary source for court cases and family dynamics, all that kind of thing. So anyway, I just wanted to say thank you, all of you, for everything that you're doing and putting, this information and awareness out there and speaking up, and
Yeah.
that you're all very strong for those of you that have gone through it. Like, look at us go, I think that's pretty amazing that we're here. We want to make changes, right? We want to save the kids. We really do. And our voices are finally going to be heard. And I'm thrilled to be on a panel with such strong, amazing, creative women. So,
Thank you for being here. Yeah, like Ginger said too, we're a group of very strong women here. So grateful for that. We do have men also. We have men that have gone through this, and they unfortunately weren't able to join us. They would be here otherwise, but we are still a group of strong women here, no matter what. But this is a great segue with what we're talking about here, to talk about the conference and the book a little bit more. So in the book, we're talking about our stories and what we can do to help others transition. And hopefully those stories will resonate with somebody out there that's like us, so that they don't feel alone. And the segue also into the conference, where the targeted audience for our conference, the people that we really want to attend, is not just a targeted parent or other adult survivors. We want those family court professionals sitting in the seats. I want judges and attorneys sitting in those seats. We need mental health professionals and mental health practitioners sitting in those seats. And we need people in the academic realm and the educational professionals sitting in these seats. And we need law enforcement officers from all areas in law enforcement, from sheriffs, the police departments, there's guardian ad litems, there's custody evaluators, there's all of these different types of people. They need to be sitting in the seats. This is who we want to be speaking to, so they can see what the outcome is years down the road. Everything that's decided in a case at that moment, this could be what it looks like. This is the effect you have on someone's life, that maybe because they're just a child and they're resilient, they'll be fine when they turn 18, and everything's gonna be copacetic, and then I've done my job, I protected them. But we need to protect them from the long-lasting trauma as well, not just as a kid. It's their entire life. Remember that they own their own life. And that's what this conference really is going to help reveal, that every choice you make today isn't just a matter of one case that's going across your desk. That's a case for a child with an entire life in front of them. So real quick, Ginger says, reach out to PASG, ask them to send members and AFCC to the conference. Yeah, we have sent emails to PASG. I have not sent to AFCC. Do they have a mail list that we could send the invitation to?
So I'm no longer an AFCC member. AFCC has a ton of people. They have conferences, and like everybody's in the AFCC. I say the good, the bad, and the ugly. So you have like amazing practitioners in the AFCC. You have people who you're like, I met someone who's like, I love sending dads who don't pay child support to jail. Because it's all it is Association of Family Court and Conciliatory Court Professionals. I can join too. Anyone can join. It's just $250. So I need to rejoin so I can look into that.
Okay.
They would charge you to send emails to their members, but perhaps there's a professional that we know who's on that list. Also, or some way to target that. I would say reach out to maybe, what's his name? Toby? The guy who runs the Toby Center, Dr. Mark.
Oh, Dr. Mark Roseman. Yes.
He
Okay.
might know a lot of those people. And then PSG, just like remind me next week on that. Because a lot of the parents who went there were going trying to seek help. And like we said, like it's a small community, but those are people who are studying it. Trying to think where else. The other community to reach out to would be anyone who's like an influencer psychologist in the narcissistic abuse space. Because there's a lot of overlap there, and that's how people are like searching for this now.
Okay. Yep. So I am looking for a list of practitioners here in the state of Florida because they're local. So, but everywhere because they're still virtual. So we do need to have a list of mental health professionals and practitioners. And I've already sent emails to the Florida police chiefs and sending out the sheriffs today. So any kind of targeted list that we can get now, ours is, you can get their information from their whatever state. The state usually has them listed. So
That's
we
a lot of
could,
work,
it is. And I got into a groove, so I was able to do it fairly quickly, but it took me a little while to get that first one done to figure out how to get it organized. But anybody that has any of that information that could send it my way, or if you want to send the letter yourself personally, that's fine too. We can send the letter to you. Excuse me, my dogs are trying to make me move.
Don, real quick, could you please give the name of the book and tell people where they can go to purchase the book?
Let's do a quick segue into promoting the book real quick. So I'm gonna share my screen, and Sasheen, you just came up next, so we're gonna spotlight you right now. Make sure I share the right screen. Okay, let me know when you guys can see it.
Yay. Yes.
Okay. So the book that we are all contributing to is called The Warning: Children Are Not Weapons. And this is an anthology that was written by adult survivors of child psychological abuse related to parental and family alienation and abduction. And we include all that in there because there's so many different variations of what this may look like. So we all have our version, our story, our events that we are bringing and put together in this book, which is available right now on Amazon. And here's a QR code on the screen. I also have it above me. I hope that was right. I can't see myself, so I hope I'm pointing to the QR code. There's also a QR code on the screen here under Sasheen. And what I did is I went through and I took out a quote for each of our authors. And so I have Sasheen's here on the screen. And hers is: everything I was told about as a child kept me in a perpetual anxiety, fear state. And that is, I just thought that was so true, that a lot of times we're in this perpetual state, whether it's anxiety or phobias, or, there's all different types of things that we could be experiencing at any given time, and they could change over time. So this was a really powerful quote that I wanted to pull and share out of her chapter. This is part of her story that she shared with us. So please go to Amazon right now and buy this book. It's available for free on Kindle Unlimited, and regular Kindle, it's $1.99. We are offering a full color book because of the artwork and presentations that were included. So the paperback book is $9.97 for our special launch price. And we also have a hardback because that's a conversational piece. And a lot of times when you're going to your mental health practitioner or to your attorney, handing them that hardback copy is a really good resource. So it's full color. It is $27.97 right now, launch price. I'm not sure how long we'll keep them at these lower rates, but I'm going to keep them here for a little bit so that people have an opportunity to buy their copies and share this information with your mental health practitioners and your attorney that you're working through. If you're currently going through a divorce or separation, or if you know someone that is going through one, share this book with them. and send them the link and they can purchase the book themselves as well. If you don't want to give up your copy, I understand that. But Sasheen, while we have you on the screen, can you tell us a little bit about yourself first, and then what inspired you to want to share this particular piece with this anthology?
Sure. Well, I live in BC, Canada, British Columbia, and I was abducted by my mom at 4 years old. And I guess part of why I wanted to share this story was I didn't see the parallels. This is the whole, what you talked about at 18, it doesn't just magically, it's not a light bulb that goes off that goes, hey, you know, I miss my dad and I was alienated and I'm just gonna go, it doesn't work that way at all. I didn't even hear or learn about it because I was so afraid of my dad. I was taught that for all of my life. And just realizing that kept me, I had panic attacks when I was in my early 20s. I had anxiety. I had my mother telling me my anxiety is lying to me. So I had emotional gaslighting, you know, I'm like, no, my anxiety is not lying to me because you're teaching me that, you know, I'm being taught to be in this hyper vigilant, anxious, fearing everything. And I wanted to share my story because I saw the parallels in my two stepdaughters and how that was unfolding. And it was so, I can just see. And I guess what it really came down to is I know they're not going to just wake up one day. They have to, all these seeds that we have to plant with these kids. If we were to go and fix up the schools a little bit, maybe they need to be some education about healthy families in these schools, right? Maybe that's a start for youth and teenagers and young adults. There was, nobody talks about this stuff. And when you're alienated, you also don't have a lot of, I don't think, friends, right? I didn't have a lot of friends, or if I had friends that would be like encouraging me to go and see my dad's side of the family, well, I was taught I had to cut those relationships off, right? So it's so much harm to kids, and this type of abuse, it needs to stop, and we need to really, early intervention is key. And I think as I've been silenced most of my life, right? 48 years old, and I only 5 years ago, when my dad said it, this is the daughter that was taken from me. Yeah, that was it, right? And it affects you physically. My body just stopped working. Right after he said that, within a month, my body just shut down. So it's everywhere. And it affects you physically, emotionally, mentally, spiritually, you know, financially, because you've got this, you know, price tag over you, right? Child support, it's always just about the money. You've got this price tag here, you're sold, you're sold, you're sold. And I'm like, I don't think kids should be sold. Children are not weapons. And that's why I love the name of this book. And I love Thrivers Speak, because I personally, I'm a fan of the Thrive On and the Thrive movies. So it just fits. And anyway, it's all unfolding nicely. And I'm really inspired by everybody that is creating this awareness. And it's getting out there and it's getting fast. Some days it's overwhelming. I have to take a break a lot because it's all kind of coming to a head. And it's exciting at the same time though. So yeah, so thank you, ladies. That's kind of a brief summary about me anyway.
Amazing. Thank you for sharing all of that. That was great. And so you basically answered a lot of the questions, so we don't have to ask a lot of them. So that was really good. One thing I do want to ask though is, why do you think it's important for everybody to read this book?
Because you get to see in the child's mind, in the child's world, because that child grows up with that pain or that loss or that piece that's missing. And when you can immerse yourself into their art or into their poetry, you'll see a whole nother side of what it's like. What is that pain? How hard is that for somebody? And how do they transmute it? How have they moved it out into something that is creating something better for future generations? Because I think that's what we're all doing. We're all trying to create something that's going to help future generations in one way or another. My website's a, you know, prime example. I don't know anything about websites or technology, and I'm on there plucking away all the time because I want kids to know. I want young adults to know. Maybe they don't even know that happened to them, right? Because maybe they haven't woke up yet to it. And you just have to really reflect on your family dynamics and the generational patterns and go, we're not going to do this anymore. We're going to actually protect and save the kids. We really want to stand up for the kids. It's all about standing up for their rights because ours weren't, right? Nobody stood up for ours, and we're doing it. So that's kind of where I think it's important.
Exactly. Yep. Thank you. Jeannie, you had a question for Sasheen, or just a question in general?
Yes, no, first of all, I want to thank Sasheen for being so vulnerable and sharing your story. Truly, I feel that all of you and Sasheen, you are the voices of a child that it's happening to right now as we speak. And it's so powerful. Dawn, I wanted to have you and Sasheen share with us and the others. This is a book that not only is it through the eyes of each one of you and the child of what happened and what have you, but the person reading the book, whether it will open their eyes and they may see things in a different way. If you're looking at as an educator or from the law side of it, or can you speak to the different categories or genres that it will, how it touches them, or are they supposed to just view it from what has happened?
Great question. Does anybody want to go first on that?
I'll go.
Okay.
I think what it's going to be is it's going to be both. I think it's really going to wake them up to the emotional struggle of a child, the innocence of the child that was taken away. I hope it gets people reflecting on themselves and their own parenting style, if they're a parent, or their own upbringing, right? Like how do that inner shadow work, do that work, right? The only way we can bring to light anything is to chase out all the dark that's in there, right? And the only way that, and we all have to do it. We all have to do, this is it's not just a psychology thing. This is a self-care thing. This is we're healing. Everybody's healing on one level or another because this is generational, right? It's gone multi-levels. But I do think it will help people reflect on loss of a parent, whether if they haven't lost one, what it would be like to lose one, or if they have lost one, how much they've missed that parent, or looking at both of their parents as though they're still flawed people, right? As parents, we're not perfect. We don't know. Kids don't come with, a handbook or anything about how to do it. We at play, we teach our kids, which can be good and bad, I suppose, depending. We teach our kids what we've lived, and we get triggered by our kids at certain ages. I know my son, when he was 4, he triggered me and I couldn't understand a lot of what was going on, right? Because I didn't know it was all that subconscious stuff at the very bottom, at the very core of something happened at 4 to me that I didn't want to happen to him. And it was, and we go through that in various times and stages. If we have traumas in our own life, they'll play out when our kids are that age. So we have to be really conscious parenting, I guess, as conscious parenting as we possibly can. And I really hope that this book helps wake people up to, your kids are a clean slate. Send them out there with love, give them love about everybody, everything, more positives than negatives.
Yeah.
Is a big one because we are negatively programmed. So having that positive reframe. Anyway, I don't want to say too much, I guess, or take the stage too much, but I do think it's going to help reflect on their own parenting, their own parents' losses in a different way. So that's at least what my goal was with my contribution.
Thank you, Sasheen. Anybody else want to
Yeah,
answer? Go ahead.
yes, I think also what I would like for people to get out of it is I was a alienated child growing up, and then I married a man who had the same type of patterns as my mother. So I was conditioned as a child to accept certain type of abuse and normalize it. Whereas when I grew up, those were the type of relationships that I was used to and became susceptible to, and then became alienated from my own children. So I want people to also be able to resonate with that, to see, wow, look at our stories and look at, oh, when I was a kid, I felt that way. I was conditioned that way, and also look at their adult life and see, this is why I'm resonating to certain type of relationships and get in certain type of relationships. So I would like for people to also be able to tie in that when you're alienated as a child and you're conditioned to accept abuse in the way of love, when you grow up, you get in abusive relationships and you don't understand why or what's going on. So that's why I like that we're able to show this is how things happen as a child. This is the way that I was conditioned or treated to hate my other parent. And then as I grew up, this is what happened in my adult life. And it's a direct connection to what you went through as a child. Like what you learned as a child, you grow up doing, repeating those same habits and behaviors. So I want people to get that type of tie-in and see and resonate with them to see, oh wow, this is why I'm constantly doing or having this behavior because as a child I was conditioned that this is okay.
Exactly. Thank you for sharing that, Brandy. I real quick before we go to anybody else, I wanted to take a second. Dr. Elise needs to leave. It's like 1 a.m. for her. So I'm so grateful that you joined us and you stuck it out this long. Thank you for being here and for your contribution as well. So I just wanted to
No
say
worries.
Bye, Dr. Lee.
Good
Bye.
night,
Bye.
everybody. Oh no, good morning, everybody. Sorry. All right.
great
I
to
gotta
see
go to
you.
bed. I got
Okay.
about
Good
6 hours
night.
sleep before I get up, so
All right. We'll
good
see you on
luck
the
with the
other
rest of the
Same.
day. All right. See you guys.
side. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay. So yes, thank you, Brandy, for sharing that. That's, that all of this is really, really good. And I love the conversation. It's kind of taken on a life of its own being on this, turning into a panel. And I think that's amazing. I'm okay with that. I'm a spontaneous kind of person. So it doesn't have to be as planned. I think this turned out better. So I love being able to continue. Just need to plug in the book every now and then. So thanks for the reminder every now and then, Jeannie. I appreciate that as well.
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and I think Patty might have had a comment on that as well. So we'll give her
I
the,
do, and again about the book, warning, children are not weapons. I love that that's a catch title, because it really, whether you are the victim, or I would love to see this in the hands for the victim. It's a seed of hope, because right there it says thrivers, survivors. It's a seed of hope if you feel like you are in a place of shame and stuck to it in this. I would love to see this book in the hands of the offender. The offender.
Yeah.
I by the grace of God, may it land in the hands of offenders, because perhaps sometimes these offenders are not even realizing that it's a generational pattern that has caused, like Brandy shared, it's just you are doing it in because you have been conditioned and programmed to be this way, and not really realizing the harm you are doing. So a total different lens, and perhaps breaking those those barriers. So I would love to see it in the hand of the offender. I would love to see it in the hand of the counselors. I would love to see it in the hands of the judges. I would love to see it in the hands of the teachers. And this is really a book I believe would benefit really all people, really all people, because by reading these stories, you might be able to recognize something in somebody that you may be able to help, whether they're an adult alienated or they're an adult offender. So this book to me is one of those books that really would benefit all. So,
Yes.
you know.
Well put, beautifully put.
I think so.
That's amazing.
Oh my goodness, Patty, that was excellent. It truly is. It gives it a different perspective, because you don't think of it being put in someone's hands who had contributed to that. But also, I think they may not, perhaps they're not even aware that they are doing the alienation.
So
And it may be an aha moment for them.
yeah, I'd like to
Absolutely.
add to it a little bit too, as far as putting it in the judge's hands. So I'm no longer a guardian ad litem for the state of Florida. So that means I can actually talk to the judges. So I would love to be able to take a book into our, maybe start with my county and just take it in and drop it off on their desk. If I can get that far, I might have to send it through piecemeal, who knows. But my idea of being able to do that, and like we're all saying here, if I can reach a judge that makes a decision based on a child's situation where they're not thinking of the child, they're thinking of the case, and they need to get this case off their desk. And this case, it could be annoying, it could be, oh my gosh, they're still doing this, oh, they're back again, it's year 2, it's year 4. I get the complications of family court. What I want to help the judges with is to realize that the child needs their help.
Right.
And they are very child-centric. Don't get me wrong. I've seen a lot of judges with a lot of compassion for children that are going through, even at the dependency level instead of family court, not necessarily, they're still kind of having to make the same decisions. And I've seen alienation going on in the foster care system firsthand. So if we could affect the judges who make the decisions, that can definitely help. And when the judges realize they don't have to make any kind of call on what someone's behavior is, they don't have to do it. That's not on their table. They can outreach or reach out to the mental health practitioners who we need to bring back into the course. I know we've said that a couple times, but I think a judge reading this story, so I'll go back to that the information that they're getting from our stories could help them identify. So I know I'm kind of saying the
Dawn,
same
I'm
thing.
sorry. How cool would it be? Okay, I'm sorry. Like I'm having like those like aha moments right now. How cool would it be to have a sponsor be able to have a stack of these at family court for anybody that's going there? Have this book right there. That's a temptation to grab it because it's there and then read it, because those are the people, also the parents, both parents, whether you're the offender or the victim, and having so shout out to all sponsors who believe in this. Come on, let's go.
I love it.
Okay.
Great idea. Great idea. But I think it's very powerful in the hands of someone like that, or even in the mental health practitioners, because they might see the connections that they didn't see before, that they just needed to get through the cases of their day. They just needed to get through their patient, the list of patients that are coming in. They just are trying to get through their day just like the rest of us. They're human like we are. They want to go home and spend time with their family. I get that. So if we can make it easier for them to understand, I call it invisible abuse. Elise might call it, she changes me every time I say it, but I still think it's invisible abuse. It's not something you can see on me. I don't have a bruise that you can see. I don't have a cut, a scar, a scratch. It's internal, it's psychological, it's inside, it's emotional. It's something that you're not gonna be able to look at someone and say, oh yeah, they suffer from abuse, because there's nothing to see. So I refer to it as invisible abuse. I probably still will. in defiance because that's who I am. But it has also normalized societal abuse, and that's the preferred way of describing it, I suppose. That this is so normalized that we're all just looking the other way. It's their business, so that's their family dynamic. Who am I to interfere? And Ginger, I think over the years we've witnessed a lot of situations where we say, if you witness or you see somebody alienating a child, whether it's from an aunt, an uncle, a mother, a father, a brother, a sister, or cousins, are you going to say something? When do we as a society speak up? Ginger?
Yeah, because I also have to get going to work soon. I just want to thank everybody for being here. And yeah, in the Erasing Family movie, one of the girls reunites because her boyfriend is like, and I interviewed him on camera, was like, why don't you reach out to your dad? Like, what's the worst that can happen? You don't like him, and the best is you have this whole family. And I think that's the message, like, give it a shot. And let's be honest, some parents might not be ready to receive their kids. Some parents, there might be actual abusive situations, but a Zoom call or bringing a friend to meet your parent. We always can tell kids, bring someone with you. And I tell my parents too, let them bring someone with them so they feel safe. But at least you have information. And I think also, as we talk more about like epigenetics and how trauma passes through mothers and fathers to their children genetically, the importance of knowing your family history.
Yes.
Another way to frame this. And as to fully heal, we need to accept our families as they are and not say, oh, I have my chosen family. My friends are my family. No, your family is your family. You might decide to rely 100% on your friends and not your family for your support. But that genetic information, that history, that is part of you. And you need to look it in your eye in order to heal. And also to say, okay, I choose differently. But if we say, that's not my mom, that's my egg donor, that's not my dad, that's my sperm donor, I have nothing to do with them, we keep repeating the cycles over and over again. So thank you so much, Dawn, for all the hard work you're putting, for all the beautiful authors. I can't wait to start promoting this
before you
book.
go, can you give me
Yes.
2 minutes?
Yes.
Because you're up next. I actually have yours on the screen. So I'm going to do your spotlight real quick. So give me a second. So same thing. Can you talk about why what does your chapter contribution mean to you and why you wanted to share it? And then before you start, I wanted to just read your quote because I thought this was this is such an important thing, that what love means to us as children. Like, we recognize this is love. So I thought this was super powerful, that love meant fighting, anger, and contempt. That's what this means sometimes to each one of us. And that family was a traumatic chaos factory. I don't love it, but I love it. I think there's so much meaning behind this. So I want to turn it over to you to talk a little bit more about that and your contribution.
Yeah, give me 1 second because I want to screenshot this actually, because it's cool sometimes just to screenshot the Zoom.
I will send these badges out too, and I'm also going to be sending this out as a video. This is all in a presentation.
Totally.
So this is going to be circulating all weekend. So please like and share and sticker comment. Go ahead.
As children, what we grow up with is normal. We think it's normal. So I grew up being taught that love meant fighting. So of course that was the type of love that I looked for when I got married. And these are the ways that these patterns can cycle through generations. And that's why it's important as educators to teach children and young adults and adults what healthy relationships look like. And if you are in an unhealthy relationship, because some of us have to be, because that's our family, how to manage it so it doesn't keep hurting us over and over again. Beyond just cutting people off, it's learning new skills, it's accepting people for who they are, and then not getting on their crazy train.
Yeah.
We teach children, your parents might be on the express train to Crazyville. We don't have to get on that train, but we can say, have fun at Crazyville, I'm staying here. And just center ourselves. And the same when we go to work, when we're in school, we're always going to encounter these crazy people, but the more that we put boundaries, the less it impacts us and the less they're attracted into our lives. And also for all the professionals working on this, that skills is the way to go, teaching skills, how to identify things as opposed to just talking about feelings, because if you're traumatized, your feelings are out of whack, they're out of alignment, they're not a guide. You can learn for them to become a guide, but all this emphasis on how does this make you feel for people who've been through trauma is very dangerous, because our feelings are telling us that everything is unsafe. This Zoom is unsafe because I'm being exposed, right?
Yes.
So we need to
True.
relearn that. And for the parents, and because I work with parents who are being alienated, one mom said one mother who I work with said something so powerful to me. Ginger, before I work with you, I never thought about what my daughter needed. She reunited with her daughter, but just being like, hey, does my kid need 100 texts today? What do they need from me? How do they need me to show up? What do I need to work on? How do I need to prepare so they feel safe with me?
Exactly.
And that is a simple but powerful shift. So thank you to all the authors who contributed this. Thank you, Dawn, for all of the work you do behind the scenes. I know it's so much. And I know this book will have a huge impact, and we need to be included in the conversations. So thank you so much, Dawn.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ginger. Appreciate you so much. Loved your chapter. And
Yes.
right now, everybody go buy the book. It's on Amazon. There's a QR code right there so that you can easily get there. There's a couple of choices for you to make. We got Kindle Unlimited for free. It's they don't charge for that. $1.99 for regular Kindle, $9.97 for the paperback, and then there's also a hardcover. So thanks again, Ginger. We're happy you were able to
Yeah.
join us today.
Of course.
Thanks for all
Thanks,
your work.
Ginger.
Bye.
Mhm.
Everybody.
Love your
Bye.
work. Bye.
Yeah.
Oh, that was cool.
Mhm.
Okay. Whew. Let me stop sharing this screen and get ready for the next one here. So I'm going to go ahead and put up a different one for the conference. It's a little clunky to do it this way, but just bear with me. Find one and then let's do this one. Back to you guys. All right, share my screen again. Let's talk a little bit about the conference for a couple minutes, and then we're going to go back into talking about the book and spotlighting the next person. So October 10th is World Mental Health Awareness Day. And this is why we chose that date. So for anybody out there wondering why October 10th, it's a Thursday. It's because it is the day for the entire world to think about mental wellness, mental health wellness, mental health in general, for so many reasons. And what I want to do is I want to claim it as Child Psychological Abuse Awareness Day, which is why we created this ribbon. So our conference is the Nothing About Us Without Us conference. We have built a platform. It's called Thrivers Speak, where we're all adult survivors that come together and we're sharing not just our stories, we're sharing some powerful tools and information that everybody that we've been talking about all day, law enforcement, educators, mental health and wellness, judges, attorneys, they all need to attend this. And I'm gonna plug something Patty said here in just a second. But you can see here, grab your popcorn if you're watching virtually, come and join us and watch this amazing first time ever historical event, because this has never happened before. And there's a QR code right there to go straight to our webpage that you can purchase your tickets with. And then the ribbon is child psychological abuse. And we have this version, and we also have one that has parental alienation and abduction. So this represents all of the little children that have either gone through child psychological abuse that's related to parental alienation or family alienation, because that is also a thing, and also those who have been abducted. So on this call today, there's been 3 of us that I know of that were abducted at the very young age of 4 or even younger. So I'm one, Sasheen's one, Annalise is one. We have other people in our group that also have been affected by that portion, that particular type of event in our stories. So this conference is going to bring so much awareness about how to prevent that. And something someone said earlier was it, I mean, it might've been you, Brandy, was talking about somebody saying, oh, but it was your parent that abducted you. And our parents abducted us But do you think that was less traumatic for us? For a
Mm.
child to be ripped out of the only world they knew and thrown into a new one without any therapeutic help or way of acclimating, adjusting, or even wanting that. I didn't ask for a new daddy. I wanted my dad. I didn't want a new daddy. So this was a very traumatic event for us to go through, regardless of who did it. It doesn't matter if it was a parent. The fact is that it's still illegal in all 50 states. It is illegal to abduct your child. What does abduction mean? Abduction doesn't mean I grabbed the kid and ran. Okay, that happened with me. I got grabbed off a stairwell, shoved into a getaway car, and hid out on a houseboat for over a week. That's not always what abduction is. Sometimes abduction happens in the same house where you're not allowed to talk to your father. That's his room. You know, he might have the living room where the rest of the family hangs out in the family room. So there's quarantined areas inside of a house. So abduction means when you're kept away from somebody without your permission. You can be abducted in the same home. You could be held as a hostage in the same home. You can be held as a hostage by you're not allowed to get out of the car because I see your other parents got their partner there and now I'm not letting this happen. So you're now my hostage because the court order says you're supposed to let them go. When you don't let them go, they become a hostage. So this is very, very traumatic for a child to understand why there's so much conflict. And this is creating anxiety in them. It's building in them. And one thing I will always say is children need more love, not less. So
Yeah.
even though the parents separate and they split off and they get partners, that child should have double the love, not double the hate. So it's super important that we bring this awareness out there so they realize that even abducted children by a parent is so traumatic. It's very damaging. And a lot of times we don't get to recover. We don't get to resolve. We don't get rescued. I wasn't rescued. It took 44 years for me to reunite with my father. So I was abducted and held hostage for most of my life.
Mm.
So it's important not to say, oh, but it was your parent. That is not going to help with the situation. So I just wanted to plug that in really quick, that this is the kind of information that we're going to be sharing at the conference that shows you why you can't just say, well, it's okay because it was her mother or it was her father. That's not okay. It's not okay to just accept that. So as a society, we need to not keep this normalized. And that's what we're doing. We're breaking the chains. We're breaking the rules. We are coming out, we're coming to the table, and we're sharing our experiences so that hopefully we can prevent other children from going through this.
Mhm.
So super, super, super important. And then now let me see if I can do this without really screwing everything up. You know what? I'm going to unshare just in case, because I can. I want to bring up the next speaker or the next. Oh, here, Patty, you're up. Yours came up next, so that's what we're going with. So let me get this in here and share. So Patty is someone I have just recently met, and it's almost like after our clubhouse thing, I feel like there's a definite connection there. So, and we've been so busy, I haven't had a chance to really, follow through with some of the brainstorming and stuff, ideas that we have, but I think that's coming. I feel that we have all connected in a way that will keep us together probably forever, because we are the first to bring this conference out. So Patty, thank you for contributing and being part of our anthology, and for believing in this mission and cause and having so much passion that you really bring to a lot of life to this. So I appreciate that. And I like your quote, although I was physically reunited with my parents, the emotional barriers created by this alienation took a lifetime to overcome. And that is absolutely 100% true. Is even though we reunite, we still have to overcome all of the long-term effects and it doesn't just go back to normal. Now we have to figure things out. So I love that you said that, and your chapter is so amazing. I want to give you an opportunity to talk about a little bit about yourself, because you do some amazing things. And then what inspired you to write this chapter for the book?
All right. Well, this is even right now I'm having um emotions to say the least, because that's why I'm speaking now as my chapter, because a lot of people that know me will say, what is she talking about? She's always lived with her parents. She worked with her mom side by side for 30, almost 34 years. They had a mother-daughter home. What are you talking about? Well, I'm talking about when you're a baby and you don't have memories of being a baby, and then finding out as an adult, where you were when you bond as a baby. When you bond, a mother child bond, and being a mother, that's a very um I usually help others, so talking about my story is pretty strong. So the bonds between a mom and a child is very, it's a very special time, and for reasons that were justified, you know um reasons that were justified, I was shipped off to another country, and again, it wasn't the same then, because there was no Zooms so I could see my mom's face. There was no cell phone so I could hear her voice. In fact, I remember even as a teenager when we would call back to the country, there was a delay. I don't know if you guys are old enough to remember that, the delay when you would call another country. So you'd say hello, and about like 5 minutes later, you'd hear your echo of hello, and then you'd have to wait for another like 3 minutes for somebody to respond. And so I found out as an adult that I actually pretty much spent like the first a little over a year with my grandparents in another country, and then my grandma didn't want to give me back, you know. And there's more to it than that, and I'll save all that for the conference. If you want all the quote unquote juice, because now I probably got a lot of people's attention that know me forever. In fact, I really never even shared anything about what I wrote in this book. When I'm telling you, like, I am totally speaking now. I am totally speaking now. And it's tricky territory, because some people may get offended, and I mean no offense, because I now embrace my life, and I'm changing the narrative. I'm owning it, and I'm getting rid of the stigma of that shame, and just it is what it is, kind of a mindset. I'm not saying that it's good, but if you could come to it is what it is, because I always go back to the cake. I love that you can't have your cake and eat it too, and I take it further. You can't uncook a cake, and if it's burnt, well, just make a new one. And it is what it is kind of resonates right there. It is what it is, and each moment is a new moment, and once you could break through to own your life for whatever it was, make a new story. And if anybody in this book, like we said before, we're thrivers. We made it. We crossed the finish line. And that's a big deal, and that's something that is a legacy too, because now it's okay even if it wasn't okay. And there's a lot too more that happened because of parent alienation, because my grandmother alienated my father from his father, and even though they did their best to keep communication, um you know even just only like a week ago, my father cried because I was talking about my grandfather, and he doesn't even know where he's buried or if he was cremated. He has no idea, and he broke down, because there was a really serious parent alienation. So, and my grandmother, for whatever reason, thought, she was a better mom. But going up to the point where I found out, where I was already an adult, it was kind of like weird to find that out, and I was like, okay, and then I made sense of, like, why I had like the strange bond with my grandmother. Now everybody loves their grandma. I mean, I can't say everybody, but like, that's not something uncommon. I think it will be fair to say, to have a very strong grandmas, because grandmas, I'm a grandmother, I have a 10-year-old granddaughter, so I think I have a decade of experience to say, grandmas definitely form a special bond. However, my grandmother, again, this is all in hindsight. In hindsight, I recognized how, my grandmother, undermined my mother, for whatever her reasons were, and I remember that at one point, like, like, pretty much I slept over my grandma's house, like all the time, like more than the normal. I felt like I lived there. And again, there was times that, and I don't even remember this, but my mom told me that one time my grandmother put my mother in a closet. No, or something, oh no, my mother put my grandmother in the closet to grab me, to take me home, because my grandmother wasn't letting me go home with my mother, and this was already when I was already back in the States, living with my parents. And my mother went to go pick me up, and my grandmother said no, and somehow my mother got her in a closet and grabbed me and took me back home. But then it was a double edged sword, because the relationship between my grandmother and my mother, although they spoke on the phone every day, so a lot of people may say, oh, you're full of it, they were close, you were at look at every family picture. But it's that invisible, Dawn, right? It's that invisible, so it looks one way, but it's really another. And their relationship was never a healthy one. It was just, I still try to diagnose it. It wasn't a healthy one. And then I always, so because I was so close to my grandma, till the day she passed away, I did get to have her for a long time of my life. I was, when she passed away, I was almost 50. I was 49 when she passed away. And so that's a pretty nice long time. And again, some of the stuff I didn't even know until like later in life. And there was a lot of things, though. It goes deeper, generational, like Brandy was saying, because like my grandmother never knew her mother. And I still don't know why. And it's still, my father doesn't have answers, my mother didn't have answers, and that really, really bothers me. Like it's so annoying, but it is what it is. It is what it is. And I'm gonna create a new legacy for my family. And some things you just have to accept, whether you like them or not. There's nowhere else I could go, not about the true stories anyway. I might be able to go get DNA, but it's not the same. It's not the same from hearing it from the horse's mouth. But there was a lot of animosity. I know I'm all over the place, but it's a very convoluted, and I feel like we all have a convoluted sort of story if we're in this book. So we probably could follow along, but there was a lot of resentment, and again, an invisible resentment of my relationship with my grandmother, because since I bonded as a baby, because it was just a physiological, bond, that that's just what happens. That's human nature. I'm not God. I don't know why that happens, but that's just a like a force of nature that happens. So there was that bond can never be broken between me and my grandmother. Even if I got upset with her, undermining my mother, and recognizing that not only until like my later years, only in the past few years when I started, helping others so much. But there was this always sense of like animosity. And again, it was like the unspoken vibe of like, it was always like I had to pick, you know, and I guess like I'm not a child of divorce, but like that feeling of like, you know, why can't I just love everybody? Why can't I just love everybody? But it did bother me that my grandmother treated my mother that way, and then my mother treated my grandmother that way. However, I loved them both, you know, and it was just this tug and pull, this tug and pull. So I like to say, you know, honor the past, and be bold by stepping into a new future. And that's what I got for you. Thanks for letting me share.
Yeah, that's amazing. And I love what you said. Kid, you wanted to love them both. Kids have an enormous capacity to love more than one or two people. We can love everything about this world. There is no, it's unlimited as long as you let it flow freely. It's when we start stomping it, or trying to put out that spark of love that they have towards one person specifically, that we start putting that spark out in their heart. So let the children love. Let them love as many people as possible, because it's better, not just for them, it's better for the family, it's better for society, for children to grow up with the capability of loving and having that empathy for others and being, that human element. So thank you so much for sharing that. It was beautiful.
Yeah.
So Jeannie, you had a follow-up for
Oh my goodness. Well, I wanted to thank Patty because for being so vulnerable and for having the courage, because it truly took courage to speak, to be here today on the panel, but to open up your life and to finally, say there was camouflage all these years, and now you've taken off the veil, and it's time to share, and whatever those ramifications, and you can't take it personally, even though a lot of times we do take things personally. It's just how people accept it. It's where they're at. And it's more important that you have a voice now and you're sharing that. And the biggest point that it makes is that you are making a difference. Each one of you, with your stories, with who you are, with what you've done in life, with your purpose, with your passion. It's about people making a difference. And now that you have, and Dawn, your book, that is a symbol of the collaboration of all these stories, all these beautiful people, it is sharing with society on so many levels. The difference that the reader can make by not just looking at this and reading the stories. It's the difference of them giving an opportunity to say, you know what, I can make a difference, or even a simple referral of the book, warning children are not weapons, to a mental health organization, to a guardian ad litem, to a social worker, to a judge, to the attorneys. It truly does make a difference. So thank you, Patty, truly, and for just being you, because I know in your life and what you're doing now as an international speaker, as and maybe you can touch on in 1 minute or so, if Dawn allows, you work with grief, and even though there may not be a death, so to speak, and maybe you and Dawn can speak to that, and there is grief. I'm assuming there is loss. It is a feeling of not having that individual, and with grief, a piece of our heart is with that person or somewhere else. Maybe both of you can speak to that.
Yeah, I want to step in here real quick because I know Patty can probably elaborate on it and kind of wrap it up. But I have called my absence, the 44 years is a living bereavement. I've spent 44 years grieving for someone that was living. And I got to reunite with him when in 2016, which is fantastic, but I lost him again in 2018. So that grief came back almost quadrupled because all those years I haven't healed from yet. And now I'm suffering with the permanent loss of when he actually passed away because I hadn't got all those answers in yet. I haven't filled all the holes in the heart yet. I haven't really come to terms with everything that really took place. So I know a lot and I have a lot of answers, but there's always going to be something I didn't get to ask. So it goes from that living bereavement in suffering in silence because you're not allowed to talk about that other parent, that you're not even allowed to call them by name. By the term mommy or daddy, you have to call them by their real name because they're no longer your parent in the eyes of your alienating parent. So this 44 years plus then the 2 on top of that, where I did have that time with him. Thank God I had that time. And my message about that is you don't have any time to lose. You don't have any time to spare. You don't have time to wait and think because you don't know what tomorrow is going to bring. You don't know if you're going to have 2 years. I didn't know I'd only have 2 years. And if I had known I would have only had 2 years, I would have made more effort to visit with him, to call him. I would have done more work on, instead of trying to figure out, oh my gosh, I'm kind of freaking out about this. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to be a daughter. I would have found ways to figure out how to be a daughter to him. So it's so important that we work through this grief cycle. So with the grief cycle, I see your hand up, Brandy, but I kind of want to pass over to Patty because Patty is a grief counselor, and I kind of want to give her a chance to wrap that up a little bit, and then we'll come to you, Brandy.
Well, thank you. Well, as a grief counselor, thank you for letting me fill in the blanks over here. Brandy, I just want to say I'm excited to hear what you have to say about this too, because I may be a grief counselor. However, there is no right or wrong. It's what works. But Dawn, I am bringing the 7th stage of grief to a global awareness, and I write about it and I have it on my website, and I'm going to get right to it, and it's a 7th stage. I call it the light at the end of the tunnel. It's the recovery phase. It is about legacy. And Dawn, you got me a little verklempt again because when you are going through this season of grief again, and I could only imagine it's quadrupled. I just want to remind you of this. His DNA is in you. you are living his legacy. And this book, the fact that you were taken away from him, you couldn't honor him anymore. You couldn't honor him anymore. And his story, his voice, the world is going to hear it. The world is going to hear it. And that is so beautiful, because you are taking actionable steps, not only to live your legacy, but to honor your father's. So congratulations. God bless. And let's just keep it moving. I'm going to pass it over to Brandy.
Dang it.
Oh, oh,
That was beautiful. Thank you, Patty. Go ahead, Brandy.
Don, I wanted to tie into yours because as you were speaking about mourning a living father, I'm mourning living children. Like my children literally go to school 2 blocks from my home, but the alienator will not allow them to speak to me, see me, and I haven't seen them for over 2 years. So I know what that feels like, but what I want to give to you as a mother of alienated children, we know that you guys have been brainwashed. We know that you guys have been taken away. Like my children, sometimes they say the meanest things, but I know it's being parroted from my ex-husband. So there's nothing I tell them every day, I'm proud of you. I love you. And I want you to know as a parent who's grieving a living child, which I know your father was grieving you.
Mhm.
We are so proud of you guys. And we know that it was done from somebody who was unhealthy mentally and decided to take love out of our children's lives. But those 2 years you gave him are amazing. And the fact that the woman that you are is badass. Like it is, I can't really say it, I'm sorry, but he's smiling down on you, honestly. And this is coming from a parent who has to grieve her living children. We never stop loving you guys. Ever.
Right. No, I believe that 100%. And I believe that my father inspires me every day.
Oh,
And, if I can do anything, it's to, oh, this is going to get me. See, you got me started. Now I can't stop. It's,
That
it's
happens.
helping me to see that I have two sons and I don't want my sons to go through what my dad went through. And it's not just because, I talk about my dad because that's what happened to me.
Okay,
Say,
let's
oh,
try
dad didn't do
this
like that because
one.
we know, and as far as we're concerned as adult children, it's not a gender
Are
issue.
you there?
It's a child abuse issue. So
Oh my
it
god.
happens to both, whether it's fair or unfair, balanced or unbalanced. As children, we don't care about that part as much as we care about we missed out on a parent, and it doesn't matter which one. We want both parents to stop fighting, because when we look out there at the social media world and we see this bickering back and forth, what I think what goes through my head, you guys can agree or not. Oh, good, mommy and daddy are fighting again. It's all I see. And I just want it to stop. I want mommy and daddy to stop fighting. Just stop it. Don't put it out there on social media. Don't put it where I can see it, because the children do not need to see that. And be careful what you put out there anyway, because your children are looking. They will come and find it. They're technology experts. You can't hide from them. You can try, but they're going to figure out how to find you, because somebody's going to know something that's going to be shared with them eventually. So what we put out there on social media is so important for your children not to find those negative bits. You need to leave love. Whenever you're speaking online, it needs to show your children that you're capable of love in any way. So I just thank you for all of that. And I know that my dad is a big part of everything I do here, because I mean I wouldn't be here doing this had I not gone through what I've gone through. If I didn't lose him, I wouldn't have that I got bit by that bug of, oh hell no. It's like, nope, I may not be from New York, Patty, but man, I can throw it down too.
And what would your father say? Did he have like any from either when you were a little girl you could remember, or later when you met him? Did he have like a saying when it came to something like this, like keep it moving, or
Oh, but that's my girl. That's my girl. That's my girl. That's my
that's my
Demi.
girl.
He called me Demi.
Oh,
So
I love it. I love
yeah,
it. Well, he's saying it now. He's saying
yeah.
it now.
I believe he is. So thank you for sharing that. I appreciate that.
That is truly, and I'm going to interject just for a moment because I know this conversation is so priceless. Dawn, would you allow Patty to maybe put her website or how people can reach out to her?
Oh yeah.
With
So we on social media too. We're on Facebook Live, so we can put
okay,
stuff there.
okay,
You can change the name on the bottom of your Zoom screen here if you want to, and add your website here if you like.
Oh yeah.
Either way,
Oh yeah,
whatever
that's a good
works.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's Miss U Graham, and you could find everything else on there. So it's MISS -U -GRAM. I did just launch an app it's a free public service. If you miss somebody that passed away, you could go ahead and do a tribute or a memorial, keep it private, keep it public. And you know, it's all about, for me, is just the slogan for my company is everybody wants to be remembered. You know, we're put on earth, and I can't imagine nobody wanting to be remembered, even people that felt like there was no other option than to take their life, which is really a heavy burden to feel that way. However, I could almost put all my money on it that they want to be remembered. You know, when we are feeling shame, and depression, shame, you know, there is, I love to bring science into it because the proof is always in the pudding. And if you were to get hooked up to an EKG, like shame, depression, those are low frequency vibrations, you know, those are low frequency vibrations. And they're the danger zone, you know, it's the red light when you need more gas, you know. So I feel like if you have a resource to, you know, fulfill and fill in and replenish, and you know, I feel like writing, there's a lot to be said about writing. And could I just share an idea that I also had, not to be all over the place, but thank you, Jeannie, by the way, for the shout out. You know, for the school system, right? Wouldn't it be so cool if we could reach out to schools and ask them if they would be interested in forming a club, and it could be called Nothing Without Us About Us Club, and then it would be a diary club. So kids have a place to write a diary, and then they could keep maybe like a lock, you know, and everybody puts their diary back when the club closes, or something to that effect, you know, a diary that is not in their home, but they could write into, they could pour into. And it also will foster group conversation without calling it a group, you know, a group therapy. It will just by default become a group therapy, you know, because every kid could resonate, I think, with the idea is like, they're talking about me. My parents are talking about me, whether they're in a serious situation or not. So I feel like in a school setting, if kids aren't into sports, and maybe they just feel like, oh, you know what, I would like to write a diary. Maybe I don't have any serious problems, but they might be the peer counselor to the kid next to them that does. So I don't know. I'm having all these like ideas while we're having this panel. It's like the creator of me is just like flooding. It's crazy. But I'm really excited for all of us to do this together, because what do they say? All ships rise on high tide. Yeah, there you go.
Absolutely, absolutely. Patty, can you make sure, because you mentioned the 7 grief stages, that, you know, so your website is listed, and at some
Oh
point
yes,
you share
it's
that.
on there, on it's
Okay.
on there in my menu. And I also have the newsletters which are
Okay.
really a place and a way to look at it from a different perspective, for, you know, for personal, I call it emotional equity. I don't even know if it's a thing. I don't know if I invented that, but I believe I provide emotional equity, because if you use any of the tools, and again, I'm not inventing anything under the sun. I'm just a guidebook, you know, just like if you go to Rome, Rome is there, but you might need a guide to take you to the city you want, you know? So that's how I look at myself. I'm a guide to take you through that tunnel. I'm not inventing anything. I'm not creating anything new. I'm just reminding you, hey, there are resources. Hey, you have you could do coloring. Hey, you could listen to music. Hey, you go out into the yard and get your hands in the dirt, and maybe it will trigger something that you didn't realize is going to totally bring you to a zenful state of mind to start, you know, recovering. So thank you again.
I thought I was muted, so then I muted myself. No, I think that's awesome. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the link to the Facebook group here so that we can share those little tidbits. You can put your URL there, any other information, and any of us can here, really. Put your social media links, ways that people can connect with you. It's also going to be in the book. So real quick, let's do another plug for the book. Let me share my screen so you can see what the book looks like. Of course, this is on not really a picture of the book, but it's a poster of the book. So there's a QR code. You can go. It's available on Amazon right now. And we have 16 wonderful authors that have contributed to this book. And we would love for you to go grab yourself a copy and share it with as many people as you can. Share it on social media. And we'll put the link to the Amazon page in the chat for the streaming video, also on Facebook, so that you can easily click on that as well. So this is what the book looks like. It's Warning Children Are Not Weapons. And this is unveiling the hidden truths of child psychological abuse related to parental alienation, family alienation, and abduction. So what I want to kind of really quickly do is talk about the image that I chose for this book. And if you look at this, it's got a clock, and half the clock is empty. And the other half of the clock has all these memories. So you can look at it as, oh yeah, I remember all these things. Or maybe you can look at it as, these are all the memories I should have had, but I didn't have. So we're empty on one side, regardless of which way you're looking at it, where we don't have those memories with that person that life intended us to have. Life that was given us, this inalienable right of a biological parent that is not a danger to myself or, as a child, that should have been in my life. So this picture really resonates, that image, I think, where we don't have the memories that we should have with having two parents in our lives. And talking about that transgenerational trauma, this is the type of trauma that can be passed down through our DNA to our future children. So if we don't fix this now with us, then we're passing that on to our children. So I have two grown men as children. And yeah, you could say it's already too late. I've already passed down any of that stuff, to them. But because they see what I do right now, they see me fighting so hard to put this book together, to create this conference, to just bring awareness about this topic, to spend hours just talking on social media and spending time with talking with Elise, where we've gone hours and hours on YouTube, just interviewing other adult survivors. We do all this so that we can bring this to the attention that children are missing on half of their memories. That's the byproduct of this. So we really need to have this awareness amplified. And by reading this book and sharing the information that you gleaned from it and broadcasting that out there and helping us get that out to the rest of the world, this is where we're moving a mountain, and it takes a lot of shoulders to move it. So the more help we get, the better. So please go and buy the book and read it and share it and tell us what you think. Feel free to leave a comment or leave us a review on Amazon itself as well. And we will be adding all of the authors. Well, the authors will be adding themselves so that they will show in Amazon that they're actually an author. So that will be happening probably over this weekend. We'll get those instructions out. But please share this video as well. And with that, I want to stop sharing again and go to the next. I think, Brandy, you were up. Let me see. Oops, wrong. There's 3 windows to this. I'm hoping I'm going the right way. Let me see. Oh, I just passed you. Here you are. Okay. Come back to you guys. Here you go. Oh, I got to share again. All right. So, Brandy, you are just such, at least we call you you're our angel. You're so uplifting and so positive about everything. It's so helpful. You jump right in. And you come up with some amazing ideas as well. You've been such a great contributor to this entire thing. So appreciate you. But your quote that really struck me is that you grew up constantly trying to fight the image of me as a liability to my parents, which often left me alone, taken advantage of, and misunderstood. If that isn't like a mic drop, I don't know what is. That is beautiful. I mean, it's unfortunate, but it's a beautiful expression of how children could feel by sharing that. So please tell us a little bit about yourself and then what inspired you to write this in the chapter.
Okay. Hi, I'm Brandy Rolark, and I am an alienated mom and I was alienated as a child. So I bring forth kind of like a 360 uh, type of image to show that just because as a child we grow up, if we're not healed or validated or supported in this alienation, then we fall victim to grow up to be either abused or the abuser. So the cycle continues, and it's best to stop it at the child level to help the children. My inspiration for the book, I wanted to share because as I was writing and collaborating with other groups that either went through domestic violence or parental alienation or finding out they were alienated as children and now they're adults, I realized that my story is not my story. My story is a shared trauma that millions around the world are experiencing and going through. So I wanted to share my personal experience to show how I ended up marrying and having children with someone who exhibited the same abusive, manipulative tactics that I experienced from my mother, conditioning me to hate and alienate my father. Um, I didn't realize as an adult that the the red flags that I was normalizing, those were red flags that I should have known that this is an alienator. This is someone who has is not love, is control, manipulation, gaslighting. And this made me realize that what I suffered as a child, I wish for no one else to ever have to suffer through this.
That's exactly the power punch to that is we do not want anybody else to go through what we have gone through. Um, your your story is like there's so many situations where as a alienated child, unfortunately, you may become an alienated parent. And so that's the tragedy behind this because of the conditions that we're brought up in and the type of love we recognize, going back to what Ginger said, we recognize this as love. So then we marry that.
Mm.
We get involved in relationships that look like that because that to me translated as love. So, and for me, I married someone that was much like my mother. And so it's very true that we repeat these patterns because we don't understand that that isn't love because we weren't told or showed a different way of being loved. So it's super important to recognize that alienated children could likely become alienated parents.
Mhm.
And this is another reason why it's important to stop it because their children will have the same fate of potentially becoming alienated from their parent and then from their children. And we're just pushing this cycle forward and not bringing a solution. So when we talk about a certain number of statistics today, in next generation, that could go up by a quarter.
Yeah.
And then the next generation. So you're talking in a century, it could double or quadruple. So the compound, I'm like if you use compound interest, compounding this problem just amplifies it going forward, where we have more people that are suffering with anxiety, depression, suicidal ideation. There's all these different things that we're going through with mental health that we're not seeking or getting help for because we think it's love and we don't know that this is trauma.
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
we have to speak up and let everybody know, look, we made it. We sought help. We helped with our self-improvement. We did some therapy. We were participating in our mental health, but not everybody has that advantage or they haven't been there yet. But
Yeah.
maybe they can by us speaking. So I think your story is very powerful and brings a perspective that this is not just affecting you as a child, it's affecting your children now, potentially theirs.
Mm.
So it goes that transgenerational trauma. And then the reverse is looking at the epigenetics, looking back over our family history to see what was it that made my mom do what she did. And now I have an understanding of the reasons why she did what she did, because she was taught that was love. She was taught that that didn't matter. It wasn't important to have a dad that was present. Those things made her make the choices she made with me. So even though I don't excuse it, I understand it. And that's where we're at. We're at a place of understanding and seeing the big picture. We can see this big picture now, that the trauma happened, and for me, it happened for me instead of to me. So I can be here today, writing in this book, helping, putting on this conference, bringing people together to speak and to find out that they're not alone. So thank you so much for your story. I think it's such a powerful message that we all have different situations that have happened, but they're all so important to share. The dynamics of the transgenerational parenting that you're witnessing in your scenario there. So thank you for being a part of this book and for being you.
Yeah. And I love the name because like children are not weapons. When you instill hate and anger in the children, that makes them grow up with insecurities and anxieties. However, in my chapter, I speak a lot about my grandmother and the love, although she didn't live with me, the love that she was able to give to me and show me and the protection that helped me as well to grow stronger and face obstacles. So there is a big difference on if you weaponize children with hate, you're really setting them up for failure into the world. But when you give them love, when you give them protection, when you give them security, then the challenges that we're all going to face in a world with loss, death, atrocities, they're still able to rise above because they know their self-worth. They know that love within them, and it prepares them better. So, yeah, children are not weapons, but bring instill love in them and see what happens.
Yes, love. They need love. Yep, we need more love in this world for sure. Yes. All right. I would like to, if you guys don't mind, go to our next author. And if we can get through a couple of these, and I love the conversation, so I want to keep coming back to the conversation as well. But I want to make sure that we're talking about our authors and promoting the book. And the next one that we have is, he is a master chef, former White House master chef that we Jeannie and I were brainstorming and trying to figure out things that we needed to do to put this conference together, and we were talking about a fundraiser and someone that could help us raise money and get this conference off the ground. And little did we know that he also has been an alienated child. So he has graciously written the foreword to our book. It's a very raw and impactful story. So, but he's bringing a lot of things to light that have needed to be brought to light, not just in the United States, but around the world. So, Jeannie, I want to have you help me talk more about Chef Marty Mongello. And I hope I said that right. Now that I said it out loud, I'm like, whoops. If you could help me just shine some light on him. Let me share my screen to show. I'll read his quote really quick, and then if you could help, and Patty too, both of you. And he is not able to join us today, so but I want to read his quote. It's, "I'm most certain that today my father knew the difference between right and wrong in the universe, but opted to abuse his powers." And there's his forward is such an impactful story, and I wanted to point out that when he's talking about abuse of powers, and this has double meaning. So if you read his forward, I want you to consider the fact of a lot of times when we're children, our parents are guiding us and looking out for us, but there's instances or times when they might be abusing their powers as well. So I want to turn it over to Jeannie, and and Patty to really help me spotlight and shine the light on Chef Marty, because he's such a character. I love him being part of this. He wrote not only the foreword, but he also did an endorsement for our book, which is amazing. He is a celebrity in his own right around the world, known worldwide for what he's done, serving 6 presidents, former presidents, all kinds of amazing things. I can't do it justice, so I'm going to hand it over to Jeannie and Patty, who know him well.
Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Dawn. I cannot tell you what a privilege it is to know him, to have the ability to call him friend, but he is one of my international speakers, and on so many levels, he is brilliant. He is very humble, and he has definitely rose from the depths of this situation, but as an individual, he just exceeds so many passions and purposes in his life. And I think too much we take for granted just seeing a person. We don't know the behind, if you will. So Martin Mangello, definitely chef, master chef, 6 times, as Dawn had shared with you, of the White House. And he is truly more than a chef. He's a historian, and he definitely brings the history and marries the history of the presidencies to the culinary world. He was the GM, the former GM of the Camp David. He definitely knows the presidents, knows what their likes are, their favorite dishes, and he uses that with various, how can I put it, events. And if we're talking about the deaf and hard of hearing, he will tie in what particular president had an honor of having Helen Keller at the White House, and what that meant, and how he actually he's an excellent storyteller. So by having that personal touch, to know, you feel like you are there, and not only is he honoring that moment, but he ties in what was the favorite dish or favorite appetizer, or with his charitable events that we do fundraisers for. He will have a social event, a ladies' social event, that the cocktail is named after a particular first lady. So he is very much focused, people focused. And that's important to know. He is an entrepreneur, 14 plus different businesses. He is a master at marketing, at PR, and Mangello Associates, if you will. But what we don't see and know as well is that he served our country, not only as the master chef, but he was in, and forgive me, Marty, I'm trying to remember your title, on the submarines, in the depths of the nuclear, putting himself in harm's way, to the point, he was a commander, yes, but to the point that he has received 2, not 1, but 2 Purple Hearts. He is a wounded warrior. And I think to be brought down so many times in life with the bullying, with the abuse, and with the service of our country, putting himself on the front line, and to be able to get up again and get up again and get up again, that is the type of person he is. And to have, he has a wonderful wife who, God bless her, she is also a wounded warrior and disabled veteran in the Navy, very, very intelligent, brilliant, and he is a shero. He truly elevates women and power and empowers them. He has a daughter who is a chef as well, so young Rainey, and it is on a global basis. Patty, I'll have you jump in here, to fill in. There's so much about him. There's so much to talk about him and what he's doing at the Culinary Institute of America. He was a graduate and definitely, and now he is a part of, and I'm trying to remember, I see the stacks, the power. I'll pull it up while you're talking, Patty. Company.
I pulled up his about because I feel like being that he's not here, if I could formally read just the quick version, and like Gina's saying, we are really honored to have him not only be part of this book, but part of a team with the speakers, and Marty has been also a mentor. He's been a mentor. He's been an advocate. He's been a protector. He is all about DEI, like you said, with the women and on and with everything, with gender, just with religion. He honors all. He honors all. He's a true polymath, and he really knows a lot. I believe he knows like 8 languages. He's lived on like every continent in the world. That's my I'm babysitting my niece dog, so apologies for the scan in the background. But I would like to if allowed, hold on. Let me just hey guys, quiet up. I would like to read so excuse me for a second. I'm gonna read. Hopefully, I don't mess it up. Chef Marty. This is the about page. Am I allowed to read that? The about. Okay. About the author, Chef Marty Mangello, and this is a short version, by the way, because what he's done, we could write a whole book on it. And he's also been in the who's who in America since like the 90s, I believe. I think he's been in that who's who in America for years, and that book is published in the Congress Library of Congress. Chef Marty Mangello is a story weaver, intoxicating his audience by stage and television across the world, and this is a true statement. A mesmerizing speaker. Oh yeah, he's very, very, entertaining to say the least. He's remarkable. A mesmerizing speaker. His published 9 books, 200 papers, and given over 100 speeches and keynotes in Europe, Asia, and Americas, featured on CBS, PBS, ABC, NBC, CNN, and Fox. List goes on and on. To almost 3 billion viewers, is only eclipsed by articles in 160 newspapers and magazines like the Washington Post, LA Times, Australian, the New Yorker, Food TV Network Magazine, the Times of London, and many more. His latest television series is Inside the President's Cabinet, which is really, really, really cool. Marty is a former White House chef, as Jeannie mentioned, a private investigator, security expert, executive chef, and general manager of the Camp David Resort and Conference Center, working with past 5 presidents, actually, I believe 6, like you said, for 25 years, from H.W. Bush through Trump. He is a disabled, injured military, like we said. So thank you, Marty, for your service. And 30 years in the Navy, retired certificate serving in wars across 3 continents. And again, that's just a little bit. Back to you, Dawn or Jeannie.
But and I know he has published 9 books, but he is an author, a best-selling international award-winning author of 34 and counting. So that's from an author standpoint, but he is also definitely one of his passions is truly the International Rotary Club, which Patty and I and Dawn are very much a part of. And he supports and tries to make this world and every day and every moment the most of it. In his 6-minute increments. I'm reminded often he reports 6 minutes at a time. But in his,
All right,
in-
Jeannie, can I just intercept
Yeah.
right here? Anybody raise their hand? He is not human.
No.
He is not human. Okay,
Mhm.
I kid around with him because I'm like,
He does not
you are a machine. You are not human. I'm just, I
He
joke
does
around, you
not-
know.
I am convinced he does not sleep. And very much a global passionate person, truly, and very much, for different, now the word escapes me, the charities or the organizations such as what Dawn is doing here, very much a promoter and a supporter, especially, like with the polio, and he works truly with a special group for DNA with regards to nutrition. And literally, people don't know, but he truly saved President Clinton's life with the diet that was needed for his physical issue with the heart, because he would truly endorse what has to be done from a culinary point of
Yeah.
view. But all that being said, he truly is a supporter because has the lived experiences.
Oh, and campaign manager, by the way, for his
Oh,
wife
yeah,
who's running
for his
for
wife,
commissioner
yes,
for Kings Mountain. Shout out to Story Mangello, who's another amazing woman. And I mean, it's really amazing. And we want to say thank you. I'm going to speak for us. We want to say thank you, Marty. We really do. We want to say thank you because the truth is you are human and you really go above and beyond the norm. You really do, and we really appreciate everything you do for us.
He is
truly.
amazing. He's amazing too. And I'm new to Marty, but you can't help but just love who he is and who he represents, and his wife. I have never met her, but man, I feel like I know her. It's just a really, there's altruistic people in this world, and then there's Marty. So it's like it's a wow factor when it comes to that type of people. But what his story is really bringing, so we've talked about all these amazing things that he's accomplished, and let's just kind of bring it back down to parental alienation or child psychological abuse for a second, because I want to point out that this doesn't choose gender. It doesn't choose who it affects. It chooses whoever is in that has the pathogen, more or less. So it can be from the farmhouse clear into the White House. So it doesn't matter who you are in this world. This particular epidemic can affect anybody. And I'd say pandemic, except that it's not a disease. Well, I can't even go there. It's something that affects the globe. Every person on this planet either is affected by or knows someone who is, more or less, unless you're living in one of the tribal regions where you don't have access to industrial, things going on in the world where we have these types of systems that break down the family. So his story really brings in a lot of the perspective that doesn't matter how poor you are. This isn't a poor thing. Doesn't matter how rich you are. It's not a rich thing. This is a family crisis. This is child abuse. And that's what we need to point out to everybody, that nobody here is immune to this at all on this planet. It can affect anybody. And in fact, I think there's some stories that he will share with us at some point with how it affected some of our presidents as well. So it is really from the farmhouse to the White House. So thank you, Marty, for being part of this this is such an important mission. It is important to me, but I can feel how important it is to everybody that's been part of this. And he is no different. I appreciate the forward, the rawness, the vulnerability that he put in there to write something like this from, his perspective and who he is in the world, to write this story. And I'm sure that, and he told me the word he used was electrify. His forward is to electrify and wake wake people up more or less. Like, this is a shock. It shouldn't be a shock, but it's going to be a shock. So read this book. And he also endorsed this book too. So very, very powerful to have him on board. We're so appreciative of him. And I just wanted to spend a little bit of time just having some light shine on him because of what he brings. And he's going to help us in so many ways. So we stop sharing.
As a mentor, I do want to share a sentiment. Oh, I'm sorry. I do want to share a sentiment that I really believe that he really really helped me with non-negotiables, and those are things we're going to find in this book, right? Where to draw those lines. And Marty, if you do work with him, if you know him, he is negotiable. But he also, definitely draws lines, and he lets you know very well his boundaries, the non-negotiables, which is really important, especially for topics that we are finding in these books about drawing those lines.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. And I know he would have been here, truly. He is truly involved right now. It's the if I think it's a www.powerhouserock.com. Is it .com or .org? I need to verify that. And the U.S. Presidential Service Center. But he is or has a culinary training institute now. He's working very, very hard, working there and putting a lot together that is going to be truly visible. So thank you for what you're doing behind the scenes. But yes, on LinkedIn, you can definitely see what he's up to. He has his YouTube that's truly above and beyond, and Mangello Associates. So thank you, Marty, for your support with this initiative and being the voice of the children.
It's I want to confirm Powerhouse PowerhouseRockHill.com.
Rockhill, thank you.
PowerhouseRockHill.com.
Thank you so much, Patty. Yes, I was trying to quickly pull it up here, but yes, inside the president's cabinet, on stage, the YouTube. So lots of great cooking techniques, but you'll see the real Marty, the fun side of him.
Yeah, I like watching his YouTube videos. Those are kind of fun, to see all the stuff like he displays. He's got such a way of describing. He's a very descriptive person. Like he can, he's got that down. He can really describe things very eloquently. And he does that with just the simple things like, what did our presidents like to eat? That's interesting stuff. So thank you for helping me spot the light on him a little bit. And I want to move on to, we have 3 others that were in Ireland that weren't able to make it today. So I want to spotlight them. But before I do, I want to tell everybody that we're launching our book today called Warning, Children Are Not Weapons. And we're showcasing our authors. So I'm going to share some of their quotes throughout the day, or, I've already been sharing some of them, but we really want you to go to Amazon. There's a QR code that I'm going to put on the screen here in just a second that you can go and purchase your book so that you can read these amazing stories and how these survivors became thrivers and how we're here to change the world the best we can, even if it's just a little bit today. It may take 10 years, 50 years, 200 years, but we're getting this movement started right now. So I want to bring up Karen. Karen is from Ireland, and okay, here, I got that. Yeah. So she is the founder of Soulution Therapy. And soul, I said it that way on purpose, so I didn't say it wrong. It's SOUL in all caps with a solution. So Soulution Therapy. And she's just an amazing human being too, as well. She's just such an endearing person. But I also want, Jeannie, if you wouldn't mind, do you have time? Do you need to leave or?
I'm okay. I have a few more moments. I was just trying to pull up her profile real quickly because I didn't want to, I wanted to truly be able to share that she is definitely an expert at what she does as a solution therapist on a spiritual level, but bringing in the therapy from her experiences. A lot of times, the hurt and what we go through in life, as you all can attest to it, we don't know why, but we find out a little bit later on that that somehow becomes our purpose, or it's purpose driven. And I do know that she has a very heartbreaking background, and truly moved to Paris on her own as a teenager, and was able to work as a nanny, found a position, and was truly able to begin some type of healing or an awareness of her background. But she turned it around into wanting to help others, but understand more of herself as well. And what she is doing is, as a therapist, able to speak to her experiences, but to assist others in walking them through, looking deeper from within. She has an excellent way about her in that she's from Ireland, yes, but globally, she was on stage with Women Gone Wild. She is an author that was an international author, highlighting her experiences, but with Women Gone Wild, being a publisher, or not a publisher, but exposed to the New York, what is that called? The banner, the highlights, being out there with the celebrities, but on the talk shows, Forbes, Fox, the various channels, sharing that she truly knows what it's like from a professional standpoint. We are doing an event that she does retreats, and with her husband, her now husband, Jeff, who I know you'll be pulling up as an author as well, from a supporter standpoint with what he has done, and to be able to speak to the alienation from a generational standpoint too. But it is more of understanding that these people have so many competencies, her understanding to be able to see who you are from the gifts that she has, and to see the need, but she's an empath, to be able to take on and understand what you're feeling and having you put words to it. And she is able to draw it out, but bring it to a deeper level. And I think when I think of Jeff and Karen, for me, I just see the phoenix rising type of thing. You come out of the ashes, if that's a good analogy.
Yeah.
But the retreats that she has, and Jeff has, the 5-7 day retreats, if anybody has an opportunity at some point to hear Karen and or Jeff on stage, their life will be changed. It is truly transforming. Truly transforming. And as you're talking, I'm going to see if I can pull up so I can read her literally how she explains it. But she is a supporter of this initiative because she is has experience with it.
Okay, sure. So I pulled this quote for Karen. Well, the team pulled the quote, helped me pull some quotes. So Karen's quote is, "I had nowhere to put that anger, so instead I did what I did best. I put it back on me." And that is so true when it comes to all of us going through and living the life that we're living is we internalize everything and we don't realize that it isn't us, that we aren't alone, you know. So this is, I thought, was really powerful. She really nailed it when it's like, I just put it back on me. It's my fault. I'm the one that needs to change. I'm the one that did something wrong. Instead of addressing the actual person that did something wrong, we internalize it. So I think this was a beautiful way that she expressed that in her chapter. So again, if you're just joining us, we launched our brand new book, which is Warning Children Are Not Weapons. And it's about adult survivors who have gone through, who have lived through child psychological abuse that's related to parental and family alienation and abduction. And these are their stories that were put together. So go ahead, Jeannie.
Yes, I just wanted to share, she is a survivor of the soul creation, as she puts it. And if I could just share with you, she wrote in here, my childhood was extraordinary in that it offered many painful lessons in which I had to find a way to move through the pain, suffering, and trauma. The result it resulted in a soul that kept searching for the truths and the answers and went into a journey of self-discovery over years. I know I want to stop, and so she has been a therapist for 18 plus years and has her master's and is truly another spiritual master's. But she realized that the specialty in the work, the body, mind, and spirit, is something it affects the whole, when you're going through these experiences.
The whole soul.
Yeah, truly. So she states, from sitting as a client in therapy to training as a psychotherapist to doing various retreats. And she has the word, but I cannot pronounce it, AYAHUASCO retreats. Having it bundled and the spiritual awakening to writing 2 books, and now here, the third one here, wanting to empower people. So she's making a difference with her passion because it was a transformative experience that allows the inner healing. And so from going from the hurt to the survival mode to the harmony and bringing harmony in your life, that is truly, what is amazing about her. So by all means, if you have an opportunity to work with her as a as a therapist, as counselor, it is the solution therapist, and it truly brings you to a different level. And like the Phoenix Rising, because they do the fire, the heart, the love of all of this, to know that there is worth in you.
Absolutely. And her story is such a powerful story that I think one of the things that we don't really point out enough in parental alienation or child psychological abuse is that there's complex intersecting traumas. And sometimes a one type of trauma might seem like the most obvious, but what we really want to focus on is that underlying invisible or normalized societal type of trauma or abuse that occurs that most people aren't picking up on. So while you read her story, keep in mind of the things that she's also including in there about that hidden abuse, that she really has that family alienation piece in her story, where somebody did something very, very tragic. She had a very tragic childhood, and the things that occurred and the decisions that she made was met with a lot of I'll say contempt, for lack of a better word, where they didn't approve of her decisions that she made for the betterment of herself. These choices were made for her own need, and these were the decisions that she made on how she wanted to deal with it. And that's what I want to say about her story. but I
Well-
wanted to say that much so that people realize, they need to read her story first of all, because it does point out a lot of that understanding.
Dawn, I don't know, she is an alchemist, definitely, and the soul reflection and the solution therapy. But her story does involve physical abuse.
Yes.
Or sexual abuse by her own father. And I know that truly she endured it for, I want to say 14 years. Until she left. I'm trying to remember the number of years, forgive me, but like I said, when she left the country. And so, I mean, she had to have the courage to do that. And so the mentality to say no more, enough, if you will.
Yeah.
And then, find it in her heart years later, somehow, some way, recognizing that it was through forgiveness. And because of her forgiveness of him, she was alienated from the family, from the community, because of her
early on,
decisions of her
and then as an adult still having to face it and still being, it's a tragic story. But I'm so grateful that she shared it, because this child psychological abuse isn't a cookie cutter. It isn't that we all have the exact same effect or same situation. And I think that's why we like to bring these different types of stories, because somebody will resonate with what she's saying, and somebody out there needs to hear her. And that is so important. So I want to move real quick. I know you're pressed for time, but can we run through Jeff and Erin really fast? So Jeff is her husband, and did I read her quote? Yes, I did. Okay.
You read hers, but I'm not seeing Jeff's. Yeah.
So Jeff is, I picked this because maybe it was for personal reasons, but I'll explain. So Jeff he's an ally. He's married to Karen, and they come, they teach together. So he is part of this project in every way. So his quote is the search for our identity. And right there, I want to hang on that word for a second. And then the family and God is ingrained in us. And identity wraps up all of that in a way that it also includes what happened to us as children. So I knew an identity that I had, and then I was given one, but I was still in search of the one I had. I looked for that identity my entire life. So I thought this was such a powerful way of putting this together, that we're still searching as children for our own identity. Remember, I said we own our own life. We are searching and creating and building that identity, and that identity includes family and includes your beliefs, and it's ingrained in us. So I really love this quote from Jeff. So Jeannie, I know he's a master sculptor. I'll let you take it from here.
Oh my goodness, absolutely. And if you allow me just a moment to read just something from who he is, but he truly is from an empath, yes, but from the depths of the soul. I could see how he and Karen are just one. They truly are. And the yin yang, they complement each other. Jeff is from Scotland. And let me just share with you, he stands as a distinguished figure in both the realms of education and healing, garnering accolades and recognition for his exceptional contribution. He is an award-winning educator globally. He has a notable career spanning over 2 decades, and he's celebrated as the Global Educator of the Year for his remarkable service to welding and engineering, receiving the prestigious AWS Award in Las Vegas. Alongside his mastery in academia, Jeff is also an acclaimed sculptor, with his artistry gracing landscapes across the United Kingdom and Ireland. As a senior lecturer, his expertise has transcended boundaries, leading him to impart knowledge and insights on global stages from Egypt to Nepal to India and his native Ireland. However, it is in his role as a global healer that Jeff's impact truly shines. Since 2004, he has been dedicated to empowering and transforming lives, drawing inspiration from global teachers, charity work, and service, awakening the divine in his clients. He has his own healing modalities and continues to unveil the great mysteries in his work as a healer, channeling in wellness for those who are ready. He seamlessly integrates his expertise in welding and healing, embarking on a divine mission to sculpt 21 angelic representations of humanity, symbolizing by the 21 angelic wings representations. And his work embodies a profound journey of expansion and awakening, guiding his clients towards authentic selves and unraveling the blueprint of their soul contracts. So in addition to his healing endeavors, yes, he is the best-selling author a couple of times over and is a global speaker, one of my global speakers. But truly, they're doing a specific retreat in Ireland at Cricken, and that is a sacred land. It truly is. And again, it's fire dance and rising above the ashes, and what he touches and what he does and how he complements and is able to work with people. It's on a whole different level. But I do know that if he could be here, he would, along with Karen. She definitely has her clients, and they work with suicide, people that want to commit suicide because of issues, whatever they are, as well as the illnesses, our physical illnesses. They've taught me so much that the body, and yes, Sasheen and Patty, you understand the physical illnesses are not due to outside factors. They're due to trauma, if you will. And they both are such healers in that respect. So
Yes.
that's Jeff. And
Thank
I
you
love
for
them dearly. They're my friends, but my speakers, such as Patty and Marty and everybody that I have, they're definitely enduring of the heart.
So Jeff's story is such, I mean, it really does encapsulate that, where he talks about how DNA, things happen even though two people never met. And I can attest to this because I often wondered, where did my hand, I always grew up thinking I had big hands and big feet and a big nose. I always thought that because my mom was very petite. She had very tiny, dainty hands and perfect nails and tiny feet. And I had these clodhoppers compared to her. So I always felt awkward and, you know, the body shaming and all that. And I kept wondering, where did I get these from? Do I look like my dad? And I'd always get told, oh, no, you look just like me. And it was funny when I met him and I started looking and, you know, sitting next to him and his hands on the couch. He puts his hand on my leg and I look down at his hand and I put my hand on his and I'm like, I don't have big hands. I have my dad's hands. I have my dad's hands. I have my dad's nose, you know, I have, well, you know, features and stuff. I look like my dad. So all of a sudden, all that body shaming and all those things that I hated as a kid, now it's like, I embrace it. That's because I look like my dad. So I'm okay with all of that now. But Jeff's story kind of resonates with that because even though I wasn't around him to understand that, DNA tells you. And his story, his story will share that type of he shares a story that's beautifully put on how DNA cannot be ignored. So again, our book has launched. It's September 20th. The book is Warning Children Are Not Weapons, and it's written by adult survivors who have suffered with child psychological abuse related to parental and family alienation and abduction. So we are here sharing spotlights on all the authors. Jeff is one of them. We've been talking about him all morning and just kind of having a little spontaneous panel in all these discussions. But I want to move on to the next one real quick because I think, Jeannie, you might need, I don't want to keep you too long. But the next person is actually Karen's son, Aaron, or is it Aaron or Aaron?
Aaron?
Aaron, okay.
Mhm.
So sorry for mispronouncing that. But he has a story too. Now, everybody has some kind of connection to this particular type of abuse. And while you might think one thing by reading someone's story, you got to think of all of the underlying or the complex intersecting traumas with all of our stories. All of our stories have other forms of trauma, and Aaron is no different. One of the most powerful things that he said in his chapter was, I felt I belonged nowhere, not here with my sister and stepfather, and because of comments about my real father, not there either. So he never met his father, but because of these comments, that kind of forms and sticks with us, and it affects us, and it is just as detrimental to hear bad things about a father, even if you've never met him. So as time went on, and his story will explain more, it was there was some, I don't want to give away too much because it's really important to read his story. But it's very, this quote says it all, that he didn't feel like he belonged anywhere, not where he should have been, or not with the new family. And that in itself is very, very powerful. So could you share more about Aaron for us and tell us who he
I
is?
would love to. I would love to. First and foremost, Aaron is one of my global influencers, and he is a meditation master. And I'll just read this briefly for you. He is a 26-year-old man with a profound dedication to spiritual and physical well-being. From a young age, Aaron's journey into spirituality began immersing himself in its study for over 12 years. At just 15, he embraced the practice of meditation, committing to daily sessions at sunrise and sunset for the past 11 years. This discipline has been the cornerstone of the spiritual growth and personal transformation that he has. At 19, Aaron felt a compelling call to India, where he spent several months working at a school orphanage. His time there was not just a humanitarian endeavor, but also a deepening of his spiritual practice. Following this, he spent 3 months at an ashram, further enriching his understanding and practice of meditation and spirituality. Parallel to the spiritual pursuits, Aaron is a fully qualified fitness instructor and personal trainer. His holistic approach to health, combining physical fitness with mental and spiritual well-being, has made him a sought-after trainer. Aaron's unique blends of discipline, compassion, and expertise inspires those he trains to achieve a balanced and harmonious lifestyle. On TikTok, he has over 200,000 followers. He is just an amazing individual, silent, but yet when he speaks, you capture what he's talking about and able to just apply it to who you are. And that is a gift. No matter if he's got 200,000 people on the screen at one time, it's as if he's talking to you. And that speaks volume. So Aaron, Jeff, and Karen are the solution therapists. And they really are aligned in what they're doing. I elevate them and their business. Personally, they're individuals and what they do in their competencies, their knowledge, skills, and experience. But the experiences that Aaron had as a child and as a mother, I know, we know our children and they're there in our presence, but a lot of times we don't know what's going on, the behind the scenes, when they're not within our reach. We see them, but we're not seeing them. And this opportunity to have him being a part of this phenomenal awareness and movement, as well as Karen and Jeff, because we're talking about what happened to Karen. Now we're looking at generations. And what did this happen? Even though she experienced it, she's looking at it through her eyes as someone who lived it, but then the eyes of a mother. Your child is different, or you feel you're not seeing what he is seeing or feeling. And so truly, your children are important. And if they're experiencing this, you all are able to help a parent to say, how do you bring it out? How do you talk to them? And I think that is going to be key with the book and the conference. You're bringing in the experts, you're bringing in educators, you're bringing in Dr. Childress, you're bringing in Dr. Elise. And these are the individuals that can make a difference on a different level. All your stories of those who experienced it are excellent, absolutely, because they're speaking your truth. They're speaking what you lived. But then to combine that and align that with these specialists, with these people who have the degrees, the knowledge, and the experience, that is where it's like an ocean, where you have the waves, the ripple effect, and that's going to reach across the world.
Absolutely.
That's Aaron.
Oops, I keep trying to hit the wrong button here. Yeah, and we're so grateful to have the three of them here together. Their stories do capture so many different needed conversations and points of view. And I'm just grateful that we've been able to reach people around the world to participate in this. And that in itself couldn't have happened 20 years ago. It would have been really difficult to even find somebody that's gone through what we've gone through. It was hard just here in one country or one state, even maybe in a city. So the fact that we have this global reach is amazing. So
Dawn, I just want to make one comment with Jeff and Karen and Aaron. We all have mentors and some more than one mentor, but they were all three a protege of Dr. Derek O'Neill. And Dr. O'Neill is like, oh my God, he's world renowned, and up there with, Deepak Chopra and Joe Dispenza, but even above, and I'll say that's my opinion, but he truly, truly is a healer, a sacred, but truly an inner spiritual guide, but also a transformer. And he established and created the sacred, I'll call it a health and wellness resort in Ireland. And it's Creacon. And if you look that up, that's Creacon. But that is truly where the knowledge and the experience that these three individuals bring to the table to help people become that, have that Phoenix experience, if you will. And so you truly do have the best of the best. And this is embracing so many without physically being there. They could get the help that they need, and it's hands across the sea making a difference. So now I'll let you go ahead and
That's awesome.
share again about the book.
Yes, it's so awesome. I think it's amazing to have people from all these areas of expertise. And, you know, we have them in Ireland and Dr. Elise in Australia. And we even have more. So we have, I think, 3 or 4 more authors that I want to kind of spotlight real quick, and we can go back to wrapping up some panel discussion. So let me share my screen again real quick. This is Dana Laquadera. A lot of people may recognize her. She has been very helpful in getting this book project together. So I appreciate all the work that she's done, as well as Brandy. I couldn't have done this without the extra hands to pull this together. So Dana's quote is amazing. I have had to overcome gaslighting, loyalty binds, familiar rejection, and fear in order to tell her story. That is so true. Sometimes we are so full of fear because of an enmeshment that we have with a parent that we have not recognized or realized that we have been psychologically abused. So gaslighting is a form of psychological abuse. In case someone wasn't sure the connection between those two, they're part of the same type of patterns. So loyalty, there's a bond that we have with a parent that we're enmeshed with, and we feel a sense of loyalty. And I have been accused by my own parent that I am loyal to a fault. And that's probably true for most of us. We are loyal to a fault because of that enmeshment. So we're loyal to our partners. We're loyal to all kinds of things where we feel like we have to have this sense of loyalty. We cannot go against it, especially when it comes to that parent that we're enmeshed with. So there's so much in her quote here that really speaks to a lot of us. And fear and rejection, huge in our little area of the world, where feeling rejection is really debilitating, to feel like you've been rejected. And fear can debilitate you as well and keep you from participating in a life that you may have had. So that's that course trajectory I was talking about earlier. The fear changes all of this. So much in her quote here. So Dana this is not her first book. She's written another book. I have it over here, but it's underneath a big pile of stuff. It's You Know Who. That's the name of her book. And it's her memoir, basically, about her story that she shares. It's also available on Amazon. So if you're just joining us, we launched our collaborative book together. Warning, children are not weapons. And it's based on adult survivors writing about child psychological abuse that's related to parental alienation or family alienation and abduction. So we would really love for you to head over to Amazon right now. The QR code is on the screen, where you can download your book on Kindle Unlimited, or it's available on Kindle as well, and in paperback and in hard copy. And then also, like I said, Dana's book is also on Amazon as well. I just don't have that QR code handy. So I want to play really quick. Dana left us a message. So let's hear from Dana directly. And here we go.
Hi, I'm Dana Laquadera. When I was invited by John McCarthy to participate in this book, I was drawn in not only by Don's dedication and passion for the project, but also by the title of the book itself, Warning, Children Are Not Weapons. As someone who was alienated from my loving parent as a young child, I do feel a certain amount of responsibility for finding the light in pathology and also for being one of the voices for today's voiceless, weaponized children, teens, and young adults. But I also wanted to write a chapter that reflected healing and growth and moving on from trauma. I titled my chapter, I Was Alienated, Now What? And I focused a lot on the now what part and on the power of choice that we have as adults to change our circumstances and purpose and move on from trauma. I hope that the takeaway for the reader is to glean some amount of inspiration or courage to perhaps look at something that your heart is calling you to look at that might in the short term feel safer or better to keep hidden or suppress, but that ultimately follows us around anyway. And to know that you will be okay. You shine light on some truth of your own, and that you perhaps are stronger and more powerful. Thank you all. Thank you very much for your support.
Let me just go back to her quote here just to wrap up with her. So she has such a giving heart and has brought a lot, I think, to this movement in many ways, starting well beyond, this particular book where she's written her own book. She already is out there speaking and trying to raise awareness, just a gentle heart and full of love and understanding. So we're grateful to have her as part of this project as well, and look forward to working with all of us together as authors in the future and in our upcoming conference that we will talk about here in just a little bit. So anybody have anything that they would like to talk about with Dana's quote or her chapter coming up? Because I know she's not here, so it kind of open it up a little bit.
Yeah, I'll go. If that's okay.
Yeah. Yep.
I just wanted to say on here, the fear in order to tell my story. I needed to overcome the fear in order to tell my story. My website, I named it specifically because of the addiction to fear that I had as children that we have.
Yeah.
And that is the biggest thing, because even when you're an adult, when you realize what happened to you and you're going, how am I going to now tell my story and be heard now after all of that and all the time that's gone by and all the processing you have to do, to try and make sense of it, because it's so confusing.
Yes.
Right. To realize that one parent who told you all these things was, embellishing a lot, I guess is a nice way to say it. So anyways, I just wanted to say that obviously resonates with me, because you have to get out of that fear loop and find your courage. Yeah.
It does with me too. And I want to also point out that when I said earlier about how children need more love, not hate leads to fear. So if you're taking away the capability of loving somebody, you might be replacing that with fear. So think about what we're doing to our children.
Of the spectrum.
Right? Yep. You're taking away one thing and it could be replaced with something else like fear. So it's damaging. That's the abuse. You're damaging, it's harmful to your child to prevent them from loving somebody. So this is what I think I want to nail that home so much. So yeah. All right. I want to go ahead, Brandy.
No, I just wanted to say really quick about the gaslighting. Alienators have that really bad, and I didn't know to the extent of what gaslighting was until it was done to me by my husband, and then I reflected that was the same tactics my mother used to use, and it made me question my own reality, where I was no longer confident. I kept thinking, you know, it turns your world, your vision upside down and start questioning yourself. So that gaslighting, I see Dana put that on there, and I'm so happy because gaslighting is a really insidious tool that these alienators use towards the children or us, and that 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 causes a lot of harm. So I just wanted to touch on the gaslighting part.
Thank you. No, that's really important. That was really good to pull that out. So, yeah, man, these stories, I can't wait till everybody reads them because they're so powerful, so moving, so informative. So, all right, I want to jump into, we have Andrew's next, I believe. Oops. I want to, okay, here we go. Andrew is another one of our authors, our contributing authors, and people may know him as well because he's been out there with podcasts and speaking and doing all kinds of stuff in this area. Andrew's quote is, "I started to believe what my stepmother was saying and channeled all my hurt and pain towards my mother." So this is a perspective we haven't yet talked about yet, but it's so important when it comes to what children can believe, even from somebody that isn't a parent. So coming from a step parent, the influence that a step parent can have on a child can be so damaging when it comes to poisoning their mind against their biological parent. And I have a very strong opinion about step families, very, very strong. So pardon me, I'm going to give a disclaimer right here, right now, because I am one of the type of people that unless you understand the dynamics of the family that you might be marrying into, you might want to think twice because the kids always come first, not the marriage. You're marrying into a family that already exists and we don't get to erase them. So my very strong opinion about blended families needs to always keep in mind that the children have the right to love both of their parents, and you're married into a family that was broken, and you're going to have to be part of keeping the family together intact in a way that's harmonious. I'm not saying you have to like each other, but you have to get along for the kids' sake. You have to get along. You cannot step in and replace their parent. My parent was replaced and I didn't want a replacement. And I resented it. So if I can't give a more important message when it comes to the step parent side, like Andrew has here, you have to really embrace what you're marrying into, because it's no longer just about you and a husband. It's about your husband has an existing family, or your wife has an existing family. So it goes both ways. Step parents need to add more love. And I see so much of that, where there's so many step parents out there that they're not stepping in, they're providing more love. And I love that. And that's what we need to see more of. So there's two sides to it. There's some beautiful step parents that step in and provide that additional love, or maybe sometimes, there's a parent that's no longer with us. So the importance of step parents is there. We do need step parents that are coming into a family. We just want to make sure that they're providing children with more love, not taking away or preventing love. So I love what Andrew said here. He also left us a message. So before I kick off the video, does anybody want to make any comments on that?
I would like to make a comment on this because so I had another, again, every story is unique, right? Even though a lot of similarities, but with the step parent thing, so I don't have a step parent, but I had a step grandpa. And again, I wasn't an adult when I found out he wasn't my biological grandpa. I was in grade school. However, it was also like another like monkey wrench, right? Because this man, again, remember, I bonded with him as an infant, and he was like a dad to me. The thing with this is the love was there. It was there. But the idea that we were not allowed to ever, even at 50 years old, talk about my biological grandpa. Like, what the freak? You know? And great, I know all the history going back like 4 generations of my step grandpa, and I love him, so I like to listen to the stories. But I want to know about my grandpa. I want to know about my grandpa. And my father can't tell me because he got alienated so young, and it's such a sore spot for him that he just busts out crying every time. And my grandmother I wasn't allowed to even bring up his name, and you know, again, I don't remember when I was the baby, but I was only a few blocks away, and I wasn't even allowed to, like, you know, be a part of his life because my grandmother had control of me. So, you know, it's just like, you know, that bothers me too. Like, if you're a step parent, okay, you might be a loving step parent, but don't, you know, don't block the relationship of the child with the other of the other parent, even if the parent doesn't get along clearly with the, you know, with the new, with the, you know, with the, if the parents didn't get along, that's one thing, but don't unless there was harm being done to the child, that's a different story. But if there was no harm being done to the child, then don't block that relationship, and don't make believe that that person didn't exist, you know. So for me, you know, it was a step grandpa who, again, is still alive and well, and we have a great relationship. But you know, this was really my grandmother's doing, and I think my grandpa just by default followed the same mindset, you know. So that's what I got.
Well, it's important because it's your identity. You identify with your biological grandfather. That's who we are. That's how we figure out who we are. Where did we come from? It's like we have to know this, you know, transgenerational lineage. And you know, if you think about ancestry, and I have a story I can share with you here too. Is when I found my father, I had half of my family tree. It was empty, right? Now, when my mom was a genealogist, so I was raised Mormon, so of course, you know, family history is their profession. They're professionals at it. So I remember seeing my tree and thinking, I don't want anything to do with that. I don't want anything to do that because it had her and my stepfather and then his family. And I'm like, I don't want anything to do with ancestry whatsoever, genealogy. Nope. So until I found my dad, when I found my dad, I'm like, now I can fill in my tree. So I got Ancestry, we did the DNA tests, and now my tree just took off. And I have this life next to, you know, my mom's name and my dad's name, and I have this full tree. And I love it. But I got a phone call, and the phone call was, you need to take him off. He can't be connected to me. He's not my husband. You know, your dad is my husband. And I'm like, he's not my dad. This person's my dad. If someone 200 years from now wants to know about their family history, it's not going to be through his line. I say that is inaccurate information, which is the whole point of doing genealogy. So it was very frustrating for me to be told that I cannot have my father on my ancestry chart next to her. And I'm like, well, I'm sorry, but that choice was already made. And I don't have him listed as your husband. I have him listed as a partner. So she's very upset about it. You know, this is part of our breakdown. So if you go from figuring things out, sometimes we end up in an estranged relationship after years and years of all this child psychological abuse, where now I'm not speaking to my mom you know, we haven't spoken in over a year. She's not reaching out to me. She wasn't responding to my calls. And I finally said, you know, it's not my job anymore. That's yours. So I put that boundary and gave it to her. She's the one that has to deal with that because she's the one that got upset about changing biology. And I needed that was part of my healing, was putting my ancestry tree together. That was a lot of my healing because that was me focusing in on my identity and not my step parents that didn't have a place in my family tree. So thank you for sharing that.
Dawn, in your defense also, it's about intention. Your intention was to know more about you and where you came from. It had nothing to do with her, you know? So, you know, it's like you could sleep at night because you know that your intentions came from a good place,
Absolutely.
historic place. So I'm holding up that.
Oh, thank you. Absolutely. That's so true. Always go with the good intention, always in everything. So we've seen a lot of things. And as we see a lot of things, sometimes even with dealing with our alienating parents, do we see good intentions there? Do we see good intentions with people we work with? Do we see good intentions with people that we intermingle with out in society? I think that is a good thing to have. However, we also have to have good intentions for ourselves and put those boundaries in. So that I think is very important. So I want to now, let's go and listen to what Andrew has to say. Andrew can say some pretty impactful things. So let's see. I haven't seen it yet, so I'm watching it for the first time with you guys. Is the volume okay? Can you hear everything when they're playing? Were you able to hear?
Overall, but before she was a little low, but overall, yeah.
Okay, because it doesn't give me the option to, let me stop sharing and just check. We'll just check. Advanced sharing. How many participants? Nope, that's not it. Nope, it doesn't even give you the audio anymore. Let me see if it's on here. Just want to make sure there's usually, oh yeah, here we go, share sound. Let's see if this is better then. Share. All right, let's go listen to Andrew.
Hi, everyone. My name is Andrew Faulkner. I am a formerly alienated child who was separated from my mother for about 12 and a half years. I was about 5 years old when it started, and I reunited with her when I was 18. This was around 2013, so a little over 11 years ago. The alienation itself took place, was it about 12 and a half years? And I'm happy to announce that our collaborative book, Warning Children Are Not Weapons, is out. It's available for purchase now. This is a collection of personal stories shared by various adults who experienced parental alienation as a child. Some experienced child abduction, some child psychological abuse, and even some have shared stories that include domestic violence as well. Keep in mind, these are very heavy topics that are being shared in these stories. And so I just want to encourage you to make sure you have the right emotional support available as you were going through this book, because again, some of these stories can be triggering, and I just want to make sure that you're aware of that. This can be in the form of therapy, close friend that can give you the support you need, or even just grounding techniques, so that way you're not taking in that negative emotion and keeping it in. Okay. Our mission with this book is to not only elevate the voices of those who have endured these kinds of experiences, but also to support those who may still be in these traumatic situations. We want to give them the ability to conceive of a life where they can live and be their authentic self and not be an extension of a toxic person. For many of you who might know me from some of the talks that I've given, one of the things I always say is that when you're an alienated child, you are taught to be an extension. Your identity is kind of crushed. You're taught to be an extension of the alienator, and you never really get a chance to experience what it means to be you, what it means to be human, what it means to chase after the talents and interests and curiosities that you have as a human being. And in my own experience, I never had that opportunity until I reunited with my mother. I didn't have that opportunity until I got away from the crushing weight of expectations and yelling that I was experiencing from my alienator, which was my stepmother. Anyways, so that's one big takeaway. Another big takeaway is that this book, especially in regards to parental alienation, you might find in books on alienation where they focus a lot on the dynamics between the two parents. Typically we have one parent poisoning the child against the other parent. But what you're going to find in some of these stories is that it might not just be one parent. It might also be a different relative. It might also be a grandparent. So what ends up happening is that the original definition of parental alienation is starting to fall apart because it's coming down to alienating behaviors can come from anyone. And that's an important thing. That's an important distinction to make, because all too often we find ourselves in situations where we're comparing against that templated idea that, mom and dad got a divorce and mom or dad starts alienating against the other, and then the child starts getting angry and frustrated and distant, doesn't want to associate with the targeted parent. And that's very common, yes, but there are other cases out there as well. There are cases where alienation happens while the two parents are still married in the home, in the same home. There are cases where alienation is happening between a grandparent and the parent. So because of these different diversities that don't get highlighted in general, especially in the community, in the alienation community, this is a great opportunity to see that there's more to it. But anyways, today you can help us support our mission to spread the word to not just the alienation community, but also to the general public by getting a copy of the book. We also would love to have you send us a review. You can send a review on Amazon and share the book with anyone who you think might benefit from it. There have been times where I talk to people, say at work, for example. I'm talking to them at work. I share a little bit of the public speaking that I do in this community, and then they don't know the term parental alienation, but they know the feeling of it, and that's always something that never fails to surprise me, because all too often people are thinking to themselves that their experiences is just their family, when in reality their experiences is a symptom of many families struggling to be kind and be compassionate and empathetic and loving, because they're so caught up in these almost traumatized mindsets. All too often you have alienators who are holding things so tightly because they're so scared that the world is going to hate them that they end up poisoning the well for everybody. So you can support that mission. You can support our mission of spreading more awareness and helping people who are still in the midst of all of this by getting a copy of the book, leaving us a review, share it with people who you think might benefit from it. The book is available on Amazon in paperback, hardcover, and Kindle. But more importantly, today, September 20th, it's going to be available for free on Kindle. So don't miss your chance. Get your copy today. It's a great opportunity to share it with somebody who maybe, if they don't know us and they're not sure if they would be interested in the book or not, encourage them to get the free copy today. So that way they can read it and see what they think, and we'll see what they think, see if it's valuable to them. I do want to end on a positive note, because there's a lot of pain and hurt in this world due to people who lack compassion, kindness, and empathy. But let's not forget that the strongest people in the world are the ones who have the capacity to be kind, even when people have dealt them a bad hand, even when they have suffered greatly. And personally for me, I want to continue to push for a world that is kind. I'm very blessed to be a part of this book, and there are a lot of authors who are pushing for that same, and all the authors are pushing for that same goal. I'm very blessed to be in that community with them, and so check out the book. Let us know what you think and leave us a review. And with that said, bye for now. Have a great weekend.
Okay. Any thoughts?
All right, I'm gonna jump in. I love that. I love the shout out. to everybody. You know,
Yes.
I said it before and I'll say it again. You don't know who might benefit from this book. Somebody that you think you know might just really be the one that needs this book and you least expect it. So I love his shout out to everybody. I love that, you know, he's also vulnerable, sharing about his story. And again, you know, I'm glad that again, these stories bring hope to the hopeless.
Yeah.
So that's what I got out of it. Back to you.
Awesome. Thank you. Brandy, did you have something you wanted to add?
Oh yes, it was totally amazing, and I'm glad that he touched on the stepmother being the alienator and giving that perspective, because that is true. It's not just your natural parents, sometimes it's extended parents as well, and even other people, friends. So I think he did a really good job, and I'm really impressed.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Andrew, and Dana, for sending these in so that we could still hear from them today. I think that really kind of just makes it more special to have them be a part of it, even though they couldn't be here. So I want to see, I'm going to stop sharing for a second. I want to see if we have any, what did I leave? I think I have maybe one more. Let me look. Go see. Oops, don't start over. Oh, no, we got two more. Okay. So let's go through these a little bit. There's two more. These should go pretty. There's no video, so we'll talk about them. I happen to know one of them. The other one is new to us, and I'm glad that she was able to join us. So let me share. Oops, I got to get to Zoom to share. Okay. Let's talk about Ashlyn Lerner. Ashlyn was the person, one of the people in the Erasing Family documentary. She's one of the protagonists, the main characters. She has such an incredible story. I love her family and their transition, and they really have made a fantastic transition throughout all of this experience. So her quote is, "It was an incredibly long road, and I always said it could never come true, but the reality is you write your own story, write your story. No one writes you." I just thought that was like the most profound quote. Like, that is so true. We get to decide. What our story is, and that just takes us coming to terms and understanding what happened and accepting what the truth may be, and learning what you need to know about what happened to your family, and having that empathy and understanding for not just the one parent, both parents, because they were both broken. They're both probably living out, some of their own childhood trauma, which is what you might be experiencing. So this trauma is that transgenerational paying it forward kind of program, unfortunately. So if we have understanding and we can embrace some of the things that have occurred, I love how she came out of hers, like she's the phoenix in a way, where she is saying, I write my story. And she has contributed a poem, and it's an awesome poem. She did a really good job. But her family has healed in so many ways, and I think it's just a beautiful tribute for her to share this story in our book. So I want to thank Ashlyn for being part of it, and for just being a true activist in like sharing and being vulnerable in the Erasing documentary film, working closely with Ginger. So I want to turn it over to you guys if you have anything to say before we move on to the next author.
I really like it. I like what she said there, that no one writes you, because it's really true. Even, the last author, I forget what his name is, Stephen, I think.
Andrew.
Yeah, Andrew, right. And he's talking about, his being alienated from his stepmom or by his stepmom, sorry. And it's amazing to be a part of everybody's story in this book. Like, I really find that just fascinating, and the strength I see from others is really, that's inspiring. I'm fascinated with all this. I think this is great. So I just wanted to share that.
Yep. And
Awesome.
again, and I want to piggyback on that because it's you know, in other words, you know, you are the narrator of your life, and you know, you may have had chapter one where you were a victim, but it ends with the victor. And that's what this quote says to me. So I love it.
That's beautiful. I love how you put that. That's amazing. That is good. All right, let's go to, I think we just have the one more. And this is Dr. Marnie Hill. I hope I say this right. Foderero. Sorry if I didn't say it right. She came to us and wanted to contribute something that she had written. And this quote is part of, oh my gosh, what's it called? It's where the first letter lines up with the sentence. So it spells out parental and then alienation. So each letter of parental stands for something in the sentence, which, for example, T stands for triangulation. And so for Marnie, triangulation led to trauma bonding as we were taught to fear, hate, and reject our mother or our parent. I just love how that is such a true thing. And the way she displayed this in her, I think it's a acrostic way of writing. I might have said that wrong, but this is such a cool way or clever way of displaying what parental alienation means to her, and each letter standing for some type of situation where it relates to that. So we haven't talked about triangulation much today at all. I don't think anybody's mentioned triangulation. So this is another form. We've talked about gaslighting. We talked about child psychological abuse. Triangulation is another area where somebody uses other people. They kind of bring them into their circle to agree with them. And actually those people become entrenched or enmeshed now with their perspective. So a lot of times you might hear people say, oh, them and their, I've heard several different terms, monkeys, flying monkeys, their posse. What they're really talking about is their close circle that they have been able to triangulate. And now they all have the same type of thought belief in this, this type of situation. So I think this is such a valuable contribution to the book because it's the way it just kind of wraps all of our stories together into this one last contribution in the book where it just like, this is what it is. So I thought it was beautiful. I can't wait till you guys read it. And, you know, when you get the book is now available on Amazon. So there's a QR code here on the screen. It'll take you right to the page. But as soon as you get your book, you need to read our stories and then check out Marnie's chapter 2, because it just kind of like ties it all together. So I thought it was really special. So I just wanted to point that out.
And I think Ginger was in the same vein of, I didn't hear the word triangulation, and I don't know if it was in the same exact concept as the word is supposed to be, but I did remember her bringing attention to,
I
like,
think I still have to hit go live.
Oh, you
in
cut
Facebook.
yourself. You
Yes, I
know,
think this is
you know,
just connecting.
so that
No.
vein, you know, and again, you know, glorifying it and giving it credence instead of like, you know, what can we do about it? Let's treat it. Let's recover. So that just
I
came
think
to mind.
we are. Yeah, that's so
right
true.
now.
Thank you for pulling that back in too. Oh my
goodness.
that is
Just
true.
to leverage on that. Triangulation is that's enabling abuse by proxy. You know, that's leading more to that trauma bonding. And so just wanted to, we haven't brought up all the terms because there's so many things, so many ways that they do it, but yeah.
That is so true. I'm glad you mentioned that. That is definitely enabling. So we want to make sure we're not enabling and standing up and saying that is abuse. That's psychological abuse. That's gaslighting, you know, and calling it out so people are aware. because sometimes you might not be aware, because it's so easy to gaslight somebody. You can unintentionally gaslight somebody just
Yeah.
because you said like, that's not what I meant. I meant something else. In a sense, that's still a form of gaslighting. But it goes, you have to tie that together with the intention too. Like Patty was saying earlier, it goes with the intention. And sometimes the
And in her
intention
quote,
is to break.
sorry, in her quote, there was a word there that seemed very like minor, but it was really like what you're talking about, the intent. Taught, unless it was the quote before, but taught.
Nope, this is it. I'm going to share it again.
You know, and this is a key word. You know, we're of course we're focused on the triangulation, trauma, and then when you do like hooked on phonics, you go right to fear, hate, reject. But the word taught, that to me is like the foundation of all of it, you know? And this book is teaching new ways. It's teaching the right way. So yeah.
Yes. Excellent. Great comments. I love that. Let me check, see if there's anything else. We did Shasheen. Who else? Oh, me. We can't forget me. I totally forgot about that. Oh my gosh. So, yeah, this was something. See, I lived with an internal conflict between who I remembered I was and who I was told to be, who I knew was as my father and who I was told was my father. So this to me is, this goes into that, ties into that identity again, and understanding who we are, who you come from, what is your lineage. I needed to know who my father was to understand who I was. Isn't it? I mean, to me, it makes perfect sense. To you guys, it probably does, but to the average person, do they understand why that is so important? So I think it's so important for us to share, why did I need to know who my father was? Why did it matter? He wasn't in my life. Well, why wasn't he in my life? He should have been. Was it his fault? No, it wasn't his fault. So
how did you get the courage to start asking these questions? And were you out of the house or still in the house when you started poking the fire?
Ooh, I got in lots of trouble as a kid bringing up his name. Yeah. So my mom has a habit of saying, your dad. So I'm giving a little secret away in my chapter, your dad. And I'm thinking, not my dad, because she's referring to my stepfather. And so I kept saying, did my dad ever give me, send me birthday cards? Did he send a Christmas present? Did he care? And I was met with, no, he didn't care enough. He didn't love you like we love you. We love you more than he could ever love you. Blah, 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 blah. So as I got older, I would ask things like, well, do you have any more pictures of him? Do you have any pictures of me? Like literally have no baby pictures of me at this point. I have no idea what I looked like as a baby. So I would get in trouble for not calling him by his first name. If I tried to say, what does my dad look like? Oh boy, didn't go over well. So when I became an adult, after I'd moved out, I was emancipated at 16. So I was out on my own, living life, without any responsibility to any parent, neither one of them, or neither three of them. So I started thinking, I wonder where he's at. I wonder if he's, is he still alive? What is he married? Do I have siblings? And so I started looking, but I had no idea how to look. I didn't know where to look. We didn't have the internet back then. So I'd ask my mom questions about, well, where was he? Does he have any family? And, none of those ever helped. And it wasn't until it was after I had my youngest son and I brought up wanting to go and find my dad. And she says, well, you better take a gun in case he's still dangerous. And I don't know what it was about that comment, but it made me so mad. And I just stopped and I looked at her and my stepfather and I said, I'm not asking your permission. I'm just telling you, I'm going to be finding my father because I need to know. And I'm giving you the heads up out of courtesy, but nothing else. So after that, it was there's a little bit of a meh. But as time went on, it did get a little bit better, but it still took probably another 5-6 years before she finally gave me his birthday. So now I actually, because my dad has a very common Irish name, Patrick McCarty. There's thousands of Patrick McCartys right now roaming the earth. So it was really hard for me to figure out which one it was. And when she gave me his birthday, that's when I was able to start zeroing in. And it was almost like she held that until that particular time when she finally felt like giving it to me. So I was able to find him, but he'd already moved. And here's the gist of what happened. I was living in Washington State. He was living in Tarpon Springs. But if we back up a little bit, my children were born in St. Petersburg, Florida. And that was, I didn't leave St. Petersburg, Florida until the January 1st, 2000. My father lived in Tarpon Springs. They moved there in 1999. I was literally 30 minutes away from him at that point. And I leave and move to Colorado. So I left not knowing my father was just up the road. And then as I was going through my divorce in 2002, I had to come back, and I decided I didn't want to live in St. Pete because I didn't want to live anywhere near him. I wanted to live in Tarpon Springs. So I moved to Tarpon Springs, and I lived less than 4 miles from my father. And we didn't even know it. We had no idea. We were crossing each other on the street, probably in the grocery store, in a bank, who knows? But I was so close to him so many different times. And so over the years, as I'd try to find him and I'd fail, it would just kind of be devastating, and I'd give up for a while. I became a private investigator so I could figure out how to learn tools to use to, skip tracing tools basically to try and find him, but not knowing his birth date or recent addresses or I had no information, didn't even know what his family's names were, like his wife or children. So I couldn't even I could guess at that point. But when I found a marriage license from my mom shared the birth date for him, I was able to find a marriage license, and I still struck out. But on Facebook in 2015, I was looking for Patrick McCarty again, and then I found somebody on this one person's friends list that had the name of the person on the marriage license. And that's when it started coming together. And that's when I reached out to I didn't know it at the time, but he was my brother, my half brother. But I say brother, I don't do it the half. So I reached out to him, and he's like, oh yeah, I have a sister named Dawn. And this part is all in the video that I produced on my YouTube channel. It shows the reunification and how I found him on Facebook, and my brother said, oh yeah, I have a sister. And so that all plays out on the Facebook video. But yeah, it took a lot of effort, a lot of grief, a lot of disappointments and heartbreak, and thinking I was so close to him and not knowing it. But yeah, I had to stand up and
I see. It's funny because you sharing the story after this book is published, I'm hearing resilience, persistence, redemption, mission possible.
Mission possible. Yes. Even after 44 years. So don't give up. Never give up. Never give up. But don't wait either. So that's 2 important messages.
Wow. That's amazing, Dawn, isn't it? In hindsight, just how, but, and then, like you had said, in our days, there was no internet. It was much harder to find people. My dad's last name was pretty unique when I was searching it. So that wasn't that hard to find for me.
Yeah.
As long as I can maintain a mailing address.
Right. And it's funny too, Patty, we haven't said this yet, but Sasheen and I have the same story. Like, I heard her sharing her story, and I wasn't even looking at the TV. I was listening to it. And I kept thinking, is that me? Is that my story? Who is talking? And I kept having to go over there, and I'm like, okay. Nope. Okay. No, that's not the same. But everything else is the same. It was so weird to think, oh my gosh, it's like just too similar that it really made me take a couple of double takes. I had to go back and look and say, is that a different person, or did the video skip forward and start playing mine? So we were both abducted at the age of 4 from our fathers. So it just kind of has a lot of similarities all the way through. It's kind of strange how that happens, but it does. So I reached out to her on Twitter. I'm like, oh my gosh, we have to talk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because it's not every day you have a similar story like that, you know?
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So luckily she responded and didn't say, who's this person trying to
No, it was great. We bonded right away.
yeah,
good.
it was fun.
Yeah.
So I think that is all of the authors. Let me go through it one more time. I'm gonna make sure I didn't leave anybody out because that would be terrible. So let's see, we did. Oh, we do. I have one more. Woo, that would not have been good. Let me figure out let me stop sharing. We do have one more and then we can talk about the conference here. Let me get back to, where is he? Nope. Oh, there's two more. Oh my gosh, terrible. The two Aussies. Can't forget them. All right, so we're almost done, people. Thank you so much for hanging in here with me. This has been amazing. Okay. Dr. Stan Carosi is from Australia. He works closely with Elise. They know each other pretty well. They're both in the same type of areas. They both work on parental alienation type stuff. So his quote I thought was pretty good, and our team did. One of my most potent and poignant memories is my mother's silent treatment when I inadvertently sided with my father. Those looks, man. I could just see the look on his mother's face just by reading his quote. Well, yeah, there's either the look or we know that, and someone mentioned earlier about when you talk to a parent at the school, but you have to go home with the alienator. That's where the trouble line is you're careful because you might be in a public setting and people might think, well, you had the freedom to speak. No, I didn't, because I still had to go home with them. And what happens at home behind closed doors is what nobody sees. So I thought this was pretty powerful to talk about that silent treatment. That is a punishment. I remember getting silent treatments. And you know what I did? I would do anything to get my mom out of that silent mode. I would give her a coupon book saying, this is good for, I'll clean the kitchen, I'll wash your car, I'll do this, I'll do that, just to make her happy again. That's what I would do. That's how bad it was. So yeah, silent treatments, and anytime she was angry, I'd go buy her a gift to stop her from being mad again. So I can totally resonate with his quote here. His story is amazing too. So again, it's warning children are not weapons. We are here to tell you. We've been basically talking to you all morning about how we as adult survivors, we were not weapons. Children are not weapons. They're not to be used to be weaponized against another parent. So I think that was a really good piece to bring out in our anthology. We've touched on so many different areas that I think it's just really amazing that we don't share the same stories. We all have the same story with different events. So any comments about Stan?
Yeah. Well, and I don't know if it's necessarily about Stan, but it just brought something to mind. Again, and I guess because mine is so much related. It's not just my grandmother's situation, but because I could tell I'm like so many angles of it. But like, how about for instance, Stan's paternal grandmother or grandfather, or your paternal aunts and uncles. What about them? Because it goes beyond, like there's so much damage that it just boggles my mind. And again, if there were books like this then, you wonder, it would have stopped a lot sooner, because those people that kind of feel paralyzed because of their circumstance might realize, wait a minute, this is we can't stand here quiet, and they might not be my child, but they're my granddaughter, or they're my niece, or such, and I gotta be honest, this is, this disclosure, you know in hindsight of situations that were family related, I think I know I was, thank God it was a very short time, and I came to my senses, because my husband did not stand for it. But I almost was part of I almost became an alienator, and some of it, again, from learning, conditioning.
Mhm.
I could use all those as excuses. Hey, listen, I think human nature, you justify whatever you do, right? That's just human nature. At least I could reckon that it was wrong, and I'm so thankful that my husband was like, "You're wrong," and I almost alienated, a family member that was, a child that is just pure love, and I did do it for. Thank God it didn't last long, but it doesn't dismiss the harm done, you know? And believe it or not, more than a decade later, um, it was brought to my attention from the parent, and I just wanted to crawl into a hole and die, because she said to me, why did you do that? And I didn't have an answer. I didn't have an answer. But books like this, again, they break barriers. So
Yeah.
thank you for letting me share.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that and being vulnerable with that, because I often wondered, what did I do? What did I repeat that I was taught? And I questioned it quite a bit, and thankfully I was able to have the conversation with my children, and we're good with understanding where I was coming from. So I think it's good when we can stop this with that. So you stopped it, and I stopped it. It stops with us, and
Yeah.
by facing it and realizing, yeah, we might have made some wrong choices, but we stopped it. So bravo for that. Thank you for sharing that. That's super important. Okay, let's go to our last author. Last but not least, Elise actually talked about her already this morning in pretty good detail. I should have put her badge up there to introduce Rachel. So Rachel, also from Australia, is from the indigenous population or community down there. She is an expert in how the parental alienation has a grasp on the indigenous community. She teaches at schools. She was the one that she was talking about, was a principal, and has, had some experiences that brought pain and all kinds of stuff. So Rachel's got she's going to be a powerful speaker at the conference when it comes to addressing alienation, not only in our own family, but also in how the government can alienate you. And then the children resenting the parents because they didn't come and get them or didn't come and rescue them. So her comment here, children who made it back home were significantly traumatized, resentful their families didn't find and save them. So, wow, that's huge when it comes to not knowing what happens with the stolen generation, for example, or when the government steps in to be the alienators. And we see this in the foster care system. We see this with guardian ad litems and attorneys who don't understand what they're doing affects this child for the rest of their lives. So this ties into, while she's talking about Indigenous Australia, it ties into a lot of areas. We have Indigenous here in the United States, and I wasn't able to find somebody in time to be part of the book. I am looking for an Indigenous from North America or from the Americas that can speak about how parental alienation or family alienation and or abduction affects them as they grew up in the tribal community. So that is somewhat of a little call out that we are looking for somebody that can represent the Native Americans here in the US in our conference and speak to that so that we can have full representation here as well. So Rachel's fantastic and such she's such a cool lady. She can be a lot of fun. Just a little bits that I know about her, but through Elise, I feel like I know most of her family. Um, they're dynamic and so educated and smart ladies. So just happy that Rachel has agreed to be part of this, and also she will be speaking at our conference. And just amazing people, all of us bringing
Dawn,
forward our, yeah.
Dawn, before we close up on Rachel, also Dr. Elise mentioned, I mean, I'm really, my ears open when, she works at the behavioral school, and how to, how to interact, what to do. I mean, she just a little bit she shared about her experience at the behavioral school. That in itself is an educational opportunity right there.
She's got loads of that kind of experience to share with us, and is very, she's very much the go-to person when it comes to that and the behaviors in the schools. So I can't wait to hear her presentation. And there's so much in the book that she offered too, as far as some of her, what do they call them? The memories section, where she shared a lot of her artwork and from the indigenous side, her indigenous artwork and Aboriginal artwork, and her in her headdress as well. When I put that picture as her bio picture, because it's just it's full on. It's really, really a beautiful way that she has brought this in and shared her artwork. And Elise shared some too. I shared some, I shared my abduction poster, because that's what my story is, the abduction piece. So there's a lot of little surprises in the book that people were able to contribute as well. Beautiful artwork and poems and all of it. I'm just really impressed with how this book turned out. So it's really a piece of art that we all did. We all did this. So I'm grateful for you ladies. Thank you for sticking it out with me. I so appreciate you guys being here for the whole thing. And let me just advance the screen one more time. We'll do a conference plug. Oops, wrong way. Oh, was that the right way? No, you know what? It's way at the end. So let me do that without making everybody dizzy. Let's see. So the conference again is on World Mental Health Awareness Day on October 10th and 11th. And I'm going to show you the QR code so you can go and register now to get tickets. One of the things I want to share too is that we were able to secure for the Florida licensed attorneys, they can get 15 CLEs for attending the conference and watching the Erasing Family documentary. 7 of those CLEs count towards your mental health requirements, which is huge. Oops, I'm not sharing, am I? Okay, here we go. So that's huge that you will be able to receive. I think the annual requirements is 30. So you get 7 of them or 15 of them taken care of just in this one event alone. Also, I want to mention that just because those are for Florida licensed attorneys, I realize that a lot of states offer reciprocity in their training for CLEs, as well as something I didn't realize and Elise brought to my attention. If she attends, or if mental health practitioners or professionals attend a conference such as this, that they may also be able to claim it as continuing education units as well. So check with your state or your regulatory body over whatever industry you're in to see what that reciprocity rule is. And you might be able to claim the same 15 credits. So check that out. I can't help you with that because I don't know what state or organization or department you might be working in. So those will have to be determined later. Sometimes it's just self-reporting. And I hear that for self-reporting, you're able to document what you've attended as far as this covers the legal background. We talk about the family court and that. We talk about mental health. We talk about ethics. We talk about a lot of those things. So if those apply to your particular industry, then check it out. See if you can also earn this 15 CLE or continuing education units. So again, the conference October 10th and 11th, the QR code there for going to the website take you right to the site so you can purchase tickets to attend. And also our book has, oops, come on, go. Our book is published on Amazon. It's available right now today. So please go check that out as well. That will be, it's the special launch price. So buy it while you can at the lower rate or lower pricing. And yeah, I'm going to stop sharing and I'll leave that up. I'm just gonna leave that up and we can continue talking and close out. So every time I do that, it puts you guys underneath and then I have to go find you. All right. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here with you ladies and everybody that was here earlier and just to spotlight our authors in our book. You know, this is such an amazing, I'm just so glad that this achievement is amazing. I just think we've done something really awesome here.
Dawn, you've done a wonderful job at everything that you've been doing and putting us together, and even the Zoom today and everything. So,
thank you.
And I'm really thank you for inviting me on to this as well, and to be able to share our stories is finally feel like we're finally going to be heard. You know, because we've been stifled for so long, and it's really nice to meet other people that are willing to be open and vulnerable and share their stories and their pain and how they're transforming it. Right? It's just so inspiring that people that have gone through such hardships, such abuse, now are going, it stops with us, and here we are, and we're doing it, and it's happening. So anyway, I've been honored to be here with everybody today. So thank you guys.
We really appreciate you being here. So, and we're looking to just keep sharing and bringing out more voices. The more voices that we can bring into this, the more people we can reach. So
absolutely. Yeah. We have to stop that.
You had a big move on top of all this. So I appreciate what you were able to contribute. It's great that you were able to do that part. And hopefully for our next book, you know, we'll be back with even more to share. So yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, I'm excited, looking forward to all of it, how it's unfolding. It's great.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Cool. Yeah. Patty, any final words?
Get your book at now o'clock on Amazon. I had to. And I do want to just because it's right here in front of me, I do want to say congratulations to Dawn McCarty, Dr. Elise Price Tobler, Dana Liquidara, Andrew Faulkner, Patty Freudenberg, Brandy Rolark, Ginger Gentile, Rachel Roberts, Karen Whalen, Aaron Whalen, Jeff Ermy, Dr. Stan Carosi, Dr. Marnie Hill Fedaro, Sasheen Calicut, Ashlyn Lerner, and congratulations to all for making this mission possible. God bless. Back to you.
Oh, that's amazing. Thank you for calling them all out. That's great. Oh, geez. So what an amazing way that we can kick off and spotlight everybody as authors today. So let's start sharing and getting this out there, spreading it around, share with all our groups, like and comment, and, you know, we'll help each other, support each other, and let's change the world as far as we can with this mountain that we're moving. It moves with momentum. So thank you. So
okay, thank you, ladies.
Yeah.
And gentlemen that contributed.
Let me figure out how to get out of this live before you guys leave me.
All right.
Live stream stop. Bye, everybody.
Bye.